It's time for the final round of the Team Championship here in 2024 ESL R1. We'll find out how the teams will be seeded as we make our way to the heart of Riyadh later this summer for the Esports World Cup. But don't forget, a couple of weeks from now, Drivers' Championship takes center stage as well. Welcome along to the BS Competition team stream. My name is Arjuna Kankipati. Delighted to be back with you and my BS Turner top as well. Joined alongside by Florian once again. Florian, you were here with us for Daytona. We had Dara and Robbie walk us through all the action last time out from the streets of Singapore. How excited are you to be here at the Temple of Speed as we get ready to go racing at Monza?
Yeah, hi Arjuna, hi Herd, I would say. Yeah, I'm totally excited. I mean, the third round is around the corner, and yeah, I'm eager to see further progress of our drivers. I think they're absolutely prepared for this, and the practice looked really promising. But you know, I'm always very optimistic, and I say, okay, this time we're going to show the world that we can make it into the final and so on. But I've got a good feeling, and let's see what the guys will be able to achieve today.
Last time out racing, of course, from Orchard Road Street to Singapore. First time we've seen that track in the ESL R1 competition. We saw it a little bit at the beginning of the year in some other competitions on RaceSpot TV, but difficult to pass. Now we go to a track where I think it's going to be a little bit more normal to see plenty of bold moves, and so maybe staying out of trouble going to be important. And we know that qualifying, the one-shot qualifying, Florian, where the drivers are really put under a lot of pressure, still quite important at the end of the day, because if you're qualifying down outside of the top 6, you put yourself on the back foot and really have to be aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love city tracks or street tracks, but on the other hand, to be honest, with no overtaking happening, or then if someone has to try it when he's, I don't know, trailing 6th place, like we had it with Caique and Josh Rogers, then it's dangerous, yeah, and then things happen, and then people take each other out, and so I prefer tracks where you can race, where you can overtake, and same goes for the drivers. I think Monza is a completely different ballgame now, and a track that suits our drivers. I think I talked to Caique early on, and he says he just loves Monza. I think last time he got a pole as well last season in Monza, so it's one of his favorite tracks, and the other drivers were also very confident.
Let's talk, though, about the Drivers' Championship, because today is the final round of the Online Team Championship. 2 weeks from today, we get a week off. We go over to the Hockenheim Ring before Road Atlanta, and then a trip to Spa-Francorchamps sees the Drivers' Championship done and dusted as well. Slightly different focus there, of course, every driver fighting to seed themselves heading into the Esports World Cup. But as mentioned, Florian, this is about seeding today. In the Team Championship, points will still get reset going into the month of August when the teams fly out to the heart of Riyadh, but at the end of the day, you want to make sure you're in the best place possible going into that mega competition.
That's the goal, and it's all part of the big preparation, I would say, for the finals in Riyadh. So yeah, it's not the end of the world if something goes wrong in these races, I would say, but still we are out there to get the most out of it, to fight for the win or fight for a final position and so on. So we take every event as if it would be a final, because you cannot play around. You cannot say, okay, we just test something this week, or it doesn't make sense. So full preparation, and also all our processes and team internal mechanisms are in place for every round, with flat out focus and so on. So there isn't a big difference between all of the rounds, I would say. But then all gearing up for the Esports World Cup.
I see Dara in chat saying hopefully it'll be a little more action-packed today. I think that's somewhat of a given. Remember, street racing, very different to the type of racing that we're going to be in for. And we saw this track plenty last year over the course of ESL R1 competition because it was one of those first 3 initial tracks that Florian, some of those drivers got plenty of experience around. As we take a look at our first driver running around the track, I believe that is Ferris Stanley.
Yeah, should be. Monza. It was there last season as well. So the experience is there, and and also, and this is quite important. I think memories, like personal memories of drivers. Where can I overtake? How do I tackle a race situation and so on? So this helps a lot, definitely. And as I've said, Monza is one of these circuits where our drivers at least are very confident on, also lap time wise and so on. So high expectations or hopes at least.
And I just realized that Orchard Road, not only was that the first time that we would have seen it in ESL R1 competition, but for the drivers, right, that's a track they would have never driven before on any other platform because it's a track bespoke and custom built for esports racing competitions. And so, come back to Monza where we've seen the herd race in 24-hour esports and so many other championships on iRacing, Assetto Corsa. Don't forget, tomorrow, SRO Esports Intercontinental GT Challenge gets back underway where the herd will be competing once again. Florian, who's our driver lineup tomorrow? Who's going to get the season underway for a 3-hour race?
Yeah, it's Nils Naujux, obviously, the grey fox, the grey wolf of sim racing, Gregor Schill and Arthur Kammerer. These are the three guys fighting for the win, hopefully. I think they were second in the pre-qualifying session. Today's qualifying later today. So let's see who showed the raw pace or true pace yesterday already, because there will still be a BOP adjustment possibly after qualifying. So it will be interesting how the balance of power will turn out in this qualifying session and then tomorrow in the race. But we are happy that this season also gets underway. I mean, not too much happening on ACC, so it's good that the guys have a title to fight for again.
It's so good to be back, and an interesting calendar as well for the drivers. That's going to see them go to so many of those classic IGTC races around the world on Assetto Corsa Competizione. The cars just got yoinked from the track, which I think is our indication that practice has come to a close and we're ready to go for qualifying, albeit hopefully with the drivers pointed straight and not as a moving chicane down that main straightaway. Don't forget as well that tomorrow you'll be able to catch all of that action on the GT World YouTube channel, on SRO Motorsports on Twitch, so you should cheer and follow along for the herd, much like you're doing for us here today. And hopefully you can stay with us, but go and let Lewis and George know on the official stream that BS Competition is here to play today. Just waiting, like we said, for qualifying. They go out in the order in which they were ranked in practice. So I don't know when Ferris is going to go out, but we get the first sighting of a car out on track. And I believe that's Mao's BMW.
Yeah, I couldn't see it properly, to be honest. It looked a bit odd.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
welcome to the commentary booth, Florian, where we have to make assumptions.
This was, I mean, it could have been any team, to be honest, but now it's obvious it's Mouse. Maybe one thing to add for the weekend. There's another big event that we are contesting, 24 Hours of Le Mans in the majors series. So there's Nathan Lewis, Will Murdoch with the first big race for us coming over from Gran Turismo, Pedro Sanchez and Niklas Boy, and they had a good preparation for that, so they took it serious. So let's see what we can show with the GTP there.
That'll be fun. Good to have the drivers out on track for that one as well. And I believe there's coverage of that one on GSRC. So
exactly.
You'll be able to follow along with the herd across of multiple different competitions this coming weekend. There, of course, is the first of the BMWs out on track, but we're really waiting to see what Ferris can do from inside the office. Here he comes, I think, out of the final corner. In fact, no, that's another Mao's BMW that runs towards the line, as qualifying just continues to work on through. How's Ferris feeling, Florian? He's, of course, racing from the office. Talk to us about his mindset going into this race.
Ferris is a total phenomenon in the sense that when we spent the weekend at the Nürburgring at the 24-hour race, and he was always in his t-shirt only, and I could have bet that he got ill, but he didn't. So props to him that he knows how to deal with 5 degrees or whatever. So this was impressive. No, but he really enjoyed this trip, just like Caique did, because we went together here from Munich. Then after the return on Monday, straight back into the sim rigs and gearing up for with preparing for the event. So no, he's really confident. I think in particular his lap times were really promising. So let's see. It's always the big challenge not to be carried away by hot lap, let's say, results, and then show it in this qualifying session. But yeah, he was really, really strong so far.
And you got to remember that track limits somewhat important here, given that we have often seen drivers find themselves falling foul. There is Ferris getting underway already with Charlie Collins and Yuri Castor done and dusted with their first qualifying laps. Off into this first chicane, you can see Ferris sitting up in the rig as he stamps onto the brake, leads the car over to the right, uses as much of the curb as possible. That seemed pretty tidy. And now onto the power. He doesn't look so impressed with turn 1 and 2 though.
Yeah, once again, I have no clue of how to read the lap properly, so it looks ultra quick to me.
I always try and read the driver, Florian. It's much more fun that way.
Yeah. And if it's not positive what I see from the driver, I just ignore him. It's still a very fast lap.
Well, every driver is always going to think it's bad until they get to the line and they're like, yes, that's a good one. Remember that so many of these drivers, we talked about not getting carried away with hot lap pace. You have your optimal lap time, which is, through practice, if you put all the sectors together, what you would get down to. No one's really doing that in these one lap pressure cooker of a qualifying session situation out of the second Lesmo. No real reaction from Ferris right now, but I think that's not a bad thing. Looking at those times, and I'm seeing them split by under 1/10 of a second or so right now. So very, very close at the top. Ferris just needs to put himself in contention.
Yeah, let's see. Good result here. Oh, no, something happened.
I think he went off the track. That might have invalidated his lap.
Yeah.
Oh, that's frustrating for him, and you can see him having to, I think, slow down slightly there as well. Identical times, apparently, for Sebastian Job and Dominic Blyer at the top. I don't know if Ferris is going to get necessarily close enough to protect himself from Tumas Tatala, Jakub Brzezinski, Kevin Ellis Jr., and Enzo Benito. A handful of drivers still yet to set their lap times, but there's going to be some work to do for Ferris, and he knows that as he comes across the line, a little bit frustrated, and a good 2.5 seconds off the pace.
Yeah, this is what I talked about earlier. You have to get it done in this qualifying session. Yeah, but let's see. We can fight, but obviously there was more in him than this.
Stay out of trouble. I think that's what is now going to go through Ferris's mind in the early laps, early corners of the race, as we take a look at Dominic Blyer, who's still racing out of the final corner on your screen, but has his arms up and in the air, looks quite relaxed, and we know he's going to come toward the line and, well, set what on that timing tower is non-identical lap time. That says it's about 1,000th of a second off between the two. So Sebastian Job on pole position. We watched the super replay as Ferris Stanley comes back towards the line. You can already see the frustration on his face as he knows, starting down towards the back, there's going to be some work to do. But if there's any place to have that trouble in qualifying, it's here, and it's not a week ago. Remember, streets of Singapore, very, very frustrating. And there's confirmation as well of the 4-speed limit, Florian, after driving outside of the track bounds.
I hate this super slow-mo because then I have to see it again. So yeah, no, I mean, this is what happens. This is what needs to be avoided for sure. But yeah, I mean, in Monza there's still a chance to make it from the back of the grid. But yeah, it's a challenge.
And I feel as though I look at the times through the rest of the pack, it's going to be closely contested. And draft, we know it's an important factor, but it's not necessarily that strong in this ESL R1 competition. It seems as though Ferris might have some company in misery down the back as Jakub Brzezinski not very happy into the final corner.
Even unhappier than Ferris.
Does that mean that it's going to be even worse than Ferris? Because
let's see. Hopefully, not hopefully. You know, I don't want that Kuba. It's even not happening. Yeah. Okay.
Well, I was going to say, I think I'd kind of want to be on the... well, which side of the track do you want to be on? I guess it doesn't really matter if you're on the final row anyway, but maybe one minor thing to think about. Kevin Ellis Jr., not much of a reaction from him, but I don't think there's been a slowdown necessarily. As out of the final corner, you'll look at how much they try and shortcut to the line. As short a distance as possible means as short a time as possible. Ellis Jr. jumps himself into 6th position, as there's confirmation that Jakub Brzezinski did end up getting a speed limit penalty, probably around the very same corner as we saw Ferris. Just Marcel Chinchik, Enzo Benito, and then Cherepinin left to set their times in the session. Marcel Chinchik in that Vitality by REG machine comes out of the final corner in the Audi R8. Looks like a pretty decent time, although not much of a reaction from him as he breaks the timing beam and jumps to 4th. Now just Benito in that FaZe Clan Porsche and Cherepin to round off the qualifying session.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what Enzo can do. I mean, Enzo obviously connected to Redline and usually one of the fastest guys. Haven't seen him a lot this season so far.
Seems to jump across sims, cars, and everything pretty easily, just with that sort of talent that allows him to get up to speed quickly. What's this time going to be for him, though, as Sector 3, 35.757, jumps him up just into what would be 8th position, and just outside of the top 6 bubble right now. And so just mentioning that final driver to come to the line, Cherepinin, who you can see, Super Replay always shows the cars running around, but the drivers have already finished. So I don't know if he's happy, you know, mixed reaction, sad. There's a bit wry smile on his face, maybe. That's the only way to really describe it, as he jumps up to 7th. And so you can see how closely congested the mid-pack is, but there is the pole sitter, Sebastian Jobe.
It's a new haircut, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. New haircut for him, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks a bit like my last haircut, which I had a couple of weeks ago, and it was way too short, to be honest.
Looks fierce. Looks like he's ready to go racing, as the drivers now get that warm-up session before they get sent down to the grid, and they get launched off to turn number 1. Chance for Ferris to get back out there and put the qualifying lap behind him, run through Ascari, and get no slowdown penalty this time. That looks a little bit better.
Solid. Warm-up champions.
I just gotta say, I was doing some driving last night, and track limits. I was glad I was driving at a track, Florian, mid-Ohio, where if you're off the track, you're basically in the wall. Because here, it's so easy to run a little bit wide, just try to find some more speed, and bam, you find the slowdown penalty.
Yeah. From my poor racing experience, this is also the preferred way, you know, that you don't have to hit something perfectly, but if there's a wall, you just know what to avoid properly.
There you go, drivers yoinked off the track. I think that means we're ready to go racing. Your racing exploits, Florian, got featured now on a Twitter compilation, didn't it?
This was crazy. You know, I felt the guys watched these clips at the Nürburgring in our house that we had rented, and suddenly someone was shouting, "It's him!" And then I saw myself, or at least my Mazda, in there.
Here we go.
Come on, Ferris. Let's go.
Gets ready to go. Just wait for the lights to build, and the first of the 4 knockout races. Remember, you have to qualify inside of the top 6 to make it forward to the semi-final. Every position does get points, though, to be seeded in the team championship. Decent starters. Off and away we go for the first of the knockout races.
Yeah, looks not too bad. Momentum is there. Question is how the first chicane will pan out.
They almost went 4 wide for a sec, but seemingly a little bit safer. Okay. I think that was Enzo that was off down at the opening corner.
Another one. Jawohl.
Oh, Kevin Ellis Jr. now in a drag race with Ferris Stanley, who's suddenly gone from 12th to 8th in the space of the opening 2 corners.
This looks good. Come on. There is a chance, but now need to keep, well, not fighting against P9, so ideally staying in the draft and then moving forward.
I think Kevin Ellis Jr. realized that didn't force the move into the second chicane. So as your leader is Sebastian Jobe, Charlie Collins, Marcel Chinchik, that train that runs from the leader goes all the way back effectively through the pack right now, and so there's no breaking away. Just got to make sure that you don't run into that gravel out of Lesmo 2. So easy to kick the left side tires up and slow down some speed and just settle in now. An estimated, what's it, I think 7 laps or so of racing if we go at the front at the pace that we expect. And so now just trying to hope that one by one you can pick your way forward and out of Ascari. That's a very, very good line from Ferris.
Yeah, it's looking good. I think Thomas Tattler is ahead of him, so I don't know if it was those two who had it coming together in the first race or first round. I remember something. Is he able to attack already? No, not yet.
Set
but
it up,
the pace is there. Yep.
Into turn 1. Now, what do you call this final corner, Florian? Is it the Parabolica or the Curva Alboreto?
It is Parabolica.
There we go.
This is only coming from my days of... Yeah, come on, Ferris, do it. From my old days of playing Grand Prix. Yeah.
Alongside, and inside is actually a slightly better place to be. It's a little less bumpy in the braking zone. Ooh, Tumis is going to fight back,
this is what I mean. Thomas is a hard nut to crack.
Yeah, but now you can see how much they've already lost out on Yuri Kastrop, who's in 6th position. That's the real problem. We're going to have a little bit of argy-bargy, and Ellis Jr. maybe going to just shove the air forward, and there goes Ferris Stanley a little bit more forward into the second chicane, and Tumas Tattler will try to fight back once again.
Yeah, but this is, you know, thank you. Thank you, finally. I always have to, I mean, I love Thomas Tattler, but whenever I see him fight, I'm scared.
1.6 seconds now, the gap to Yuri Kastrop, so it's effectively now all down to how much Ferris can push in the laps that we've got remaining. You can see him look over at the screen to find the information to see what he's got to try and do, and now locked into the task at hand. Yeah,
quite a tough nut to crack, but yeah, let's see. Oh, and there he comes again. It's not over.
Not over, but already the gap has grown just a little bit more. So I think Tumas Tattler recognized there was no need to really push the issue. Now, you can see behind that there are a couple more drivers still in this pack, of course. Jakub Brzezinski, Kevin Ellis Jr. But full focus on the lead zebra trying to gallop its way out of the final corner and to close the margin down to Dominic Blyer, Yuri Kastrop. Now, top 6 aren't likely to fight in and amongst each other unless they think that the points are up for grabs and those behind aren't going to close. There goes Ellis Jr. now trying to pass Tumas Tattler.
Yeah, I mean, every fight in this area, P6, P7, is just... What's this? Is ultra dangerous. What is he doing now?
Tumas Tattler overshoots the braking zone, but fortunately he's not going to rejoin unsafely. It's behind that Brzezinski and Ellis Jr. still squabble in and amongst each other. Maybe this can act as a bit of a slingshot to, leapfrog Ferris a little bit closer to Yuri, but I think he was also having to watch and be careful that Tumas wasn't going to cause any issues either into the entry or the exit of that first corner. And so now your gap to those up front, 2 odd seconds, as out of the second chicane. I think Ferris is slowly starting to realize he's got to ratchet up the tempo quickly if he wants to close.
Yeah, I mean, as I've said, every fight hurts, and this little fight at the beginning when they had a few corners where they were really close, and this is already enough to lose the draft here, and I guess this is what happened there. But let's see.
Sebastian Job has pulled 1 second clear, so there is the chance that maybe Collins, Chinchik, and those behind could start to fight in and amongst themselves. Green sectors so far on this lap for Ferris, even with the slight mishap on brakes for Tumas Tattler down to turn 1. So not a bad lap by any means. The question is, Dominic Blyer, Yuri Kastrop running 5th and 6th positions. Are they going to be checked up by any of those drivers running in front? I think the other thing to realize is now we're probably going to be 3 wide once again as we run down to turn 1 in this fight for 7th spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice fight, but for the wrong position.
Yeah, and who's going to be most aggressive? I think Ferris is going to try and cover the middle again. Nope, doesn't need to this time. That's good to see. Working together on lap 4. A bit of a shove, and Ferris gets pushed out wide. You can see he's not too happy about that, and you'll probably have to give up some time as well. Oh, we'll see what this is going to do to the gap up front, though.
Yeah, it won't help.
Can he hold on to the position? That's the other thing into that second chicane. No fault of his own, of course, that he went deep. He will hold the position, but you can see the delta's gone to red. So there's a little bit more time that's been bled to the top 6.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this is what we're always talking about. You need to be further up in qualifying, then you're out of this turmoil for these positions. And now, yeah, P7 is close to P6, fair enough, but not enough and not what he deserves, because definitely he had what it takes to be higher up.
We will get 9 laps though, so maybe there is still chance for those to make some mistakes further forward, maybe to bring among some fighting through themselves. Charlie Collins now still a second or so behind of your race leader, with Chinchik, Baldwin, Blyer and Kastorp running in behind them. Ferris Stanley, Tumas Tatala, Jakob Brzezinski, and then Kevin Ellis Jr., this little gaggle that we've been watching. Of course, we saw Enzo Benito get sent wide out through turn 1. You can see the eyes flicking left and right for Ferris as he looks and searches for the information. How far is he away from those in front? How much more does he have to push? Now, Yuri Kastorp has lost a little bit of ground to those in front, so that might give a little bit more chance for the gap to close. And just watch in the middle of the screen. What we want to see is as much green as possible and no red on that delta.
Yeah, he definitely needs a few very strong laps now without mistakes, and just to be in the position that if anything happens in the top 6, then he can at least react still. Yeah, and this is what we always tell the drivers. I mean, keep pushing as much as you can until the very last lap, because yeah, you just need to be there if another driver has a problem, even if it looks as if you cannot do anything anymore, but it can happen so quickly here. Yeah?
Very good line from that second chicane. He was about 3 or 4 tenths up initially out of turn 1 and still in the green heading out through Lesmo 1. Kastorp still on the back of that leading queue, but again, the margin down to 2.3 seconds. It's exactly what this Zebra wants to see, is still pushing as hard as possible, still in the green out of the second of the Lesmos. And with Tumas Tatula not really close enough, Kevin Ellis Jr. and Jakob Brzezinski, the fight in and amongst themselves for 9th and 10th position has dropped them off the back of these two machines, rising up to Ascari. Still 3 tenths to the good for Stanley as he exits out of this corner. Just one more corner to go. The gap down to 2.3 seconds. It will be 4 laps to go at the line. Trust the commentators' math when they double check it. So 4 laps to try and bring down that gap and to make the move.
Yeah, he needs to keep it up exactly like this, gaining lap after lap, hoping for a little mistake from the guys in front. Yeah, but I don't know. It's still a big gap.
So Ferris does a 46.8. Yuri Kastorp also does a 46.8. Basically identical, 0.003 gained. Tumas Tatula does not force the issue, though recognizes, I think, that this might be the crucial lap to see if they can close that advantage. Look how much curb was taken there. Manages to find another 1/10.5 or so out of turn number 1.
Yeah, the speed is good. Pace is good. But we need a small miracle once more here.
Yeah, it goes back to what you were saying. Qualify a little bit better and you put yourself up in the pack, even though Ferris went from 12th to 8th through the opening couple of corners. Still a little bit too far back to then fight in the thick of the action as they worked after that. But still some confidence maybe to be taken in terms of the speed. We won't be coming back to Monza, though. Let's not forget, for the Drivers' Championship, it's over to the Hockenheim Ring, Road Atlanta, to Spa-Francorchamps in the remaining online rounds of the championship. And I think that's one of the great things for this year, Florian. There's no repeated tracks through the online portion. Instead, we've got 6 unique venues for the drivers to really grind and perfect their lines around.
Yeah, it's very important. I mean, this is what a decent championship needs, you know, that you don't return to certain circuits. I think this was a unique thing at the beginning of the ESL R1 history, I would say, and now this is over and we have a bit more of a variety here, which is good, and the drivers also appreciate this.
Yeah, and you know, the Orchard Road Street Circuit actually designed and built by the team at Legions of Racers, so great to see that, you know, there's a future for potentially some more tracks to come to the world of esports racing in the future with input from the teams. Now, Tuomas Tatila very close, but once again does not force the issue. And this is important because Juri Kastorp is about 1.3 seconds now dropped off of James Baldwin. So we've got 3 laps to go. Kastorp has got no draft. All it will take is a mistake or two for these drivers to be right in the thick of the action, and they're fighting for the final transfer spot. Ferris is once again locked in, and like you said earlier, Florian, never give up. In a race as short as this, anything can happen.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, also good by Thomas that he's not trying to fight for this P7 now. I think, yeah, they both have to chase Yuri now, but yeah, I mean, it's only a few laps left.
410's closed. It's down to 1.9. He's going to be cutting it fine. He's pushing right now. I mean, the problem with that issue in qualifying is this is such a strong knockout race as well. When you look at the names even outside of the top 6, Tuomas Tatila, Kevin Ellis Jr., Jakub Brzezinski, and that's just the top 10 as they run right now. You've got Enzo Benito behind. One small mistake in qualifying was always going to be costly. It's down to 1.8 or so, though, and it's continuing to shrink still. They've been able to close about half a second on this lap. 2 laps to go. Ferris needs to still find just that little bit more.
Yeah. And maybe a small mistake by Yuri, which I don't want him to do, but this would definitely help. Yeah. But what I said, the pace is super. He can do it lap after lap after lap, and yeah, it's these tiny bits at the beginning of the race.
Juri Kastorp did a 147.215. Ferris did a 46.749. And once again, Tatila does not go for the move. I think he recognizes that the gap is shrinking down. Jakub Brzezinski is slid in front of Kevin Ellis Jr., and they're bringing Enzo Benito with them as well. So could be a couple more cars involved in this fight. Another decent exit out of turn 1 for Ferris, although Yuri seemingly getting a decent run as well. Gap holding steady at 1.7 seconds off to that second chicane, a little bit in the green for Ferris, and fortunately no look into the braking zone from Tuomas Tatila. It's down to 1.6 now. It's closing just that little bit more, and Ferris very much making the most of these closing laps.
Yeah, it looks good. And I mean, this fighting spirit is what I like, you know. I mean, it's not about giving up, it's about pushing to the last lap, and yeah, possibly it won't work out, but then at least you can say, okay, I gave it my best, and then, yeah, you just have to look at the qualifying thing, but not about race pace. Seems to be really, really good.
Exactly. You can correct maybe some of the issues in qualifying, be a little bit less aggressive through some of the corners with track limits, but race pace, the long run, there's only so much you can do in the race itself once you've locked yourself in. Now 1.3 or so, that's the margin heading on to what is going to be the final lap of this race. I think we are going to have to be a little bit worried about, is Tuomas Tatila going to be thinking about the points in the team championship? Does he think that 1.3 seconds is a gap that can be closed down? And could there be a move into maybe the final corner, where now Juri Kastorp very much in no man's land, and us on the final lap of knockout race number 1?
Yeah, let's see. Maybe we would have needed 2 or 3 more laps to get to a proper fight, but I mean, if now something happened, now the speed is not there.
It wasn't a great turn 1 behind. Ellis Jr. and Brzezinski were fighting as well, so they did not take advantage of this, but Kastorp still 1.3 seconds in front. That Maus BMW might just be able to hold on. There comes Tuomas Tatila jinking to the inside, but he doesn't have the move. He was not alongside enough, and so backs out of it, allows Ferris to try and close up once again to the back of Juri Kastorp with just half a lap or so to go.
Yeah, I think nothing happens at the top. Yeah, I mean, this is the downside maybe of the format. They just cruise it or bring it home quite smartly. And yeah, I think the P6 fight could have been great, but yeah, just a few laps missing.
If there was one more lap, if Ferris had that better run out of turn 1, he might have been right in that draft, right behind Juri Kastorp in that Maus number 4, but instead, looking off the back of the Zebra, Tuomas Tatila, the one that's putting the pressure on, and Sebastian Job wins up front in this first knockout race. What's going to happen here? Can Ferris Stanley hold on in a drag race to the line? Now he jinks one way then the other, forces Tattler to go the long way around. Now is it going to work? A tighter line and onto the power slightly earlier. Ferris a little bit frustrated at the end of the day, yes, with how the race has played out, but he holds on to 7th spot after qualifying down at the very tail end of the field. He put in a hard charge and grabbed some points for the Zebra in the team championship.
I mean, a good fight. He didn't give up. And definitely, yeah, lost it in qualifying, because I mean, if you have got such a great race start, and you are starting from P8 maybe, then you are moving to P5, P4, and then you are absolutely sorted for the race. But yeah, now it's over.
And I like the reaction from Ferris as well, right? You could already tell before he even got to the line, he's like, oh, it could have been more. We could have done a little bit better. And that's the kind of thing where you always want to be pushing, to be trying to get better. And we'll hopefully have a bit of a chat with Ferris in a few moments' time before we get ready to go for knockout race number 2, where I believe it is Caique Oliveira that will be heading out onto track. But Ferris Stanley joins us in the booth. Ferris, talk us through that one. Qualifying, not going all according to plan, and then 7th, just missing out on getting to the semi-final.
Yeah, cannot do anything besides got heavy slowdown. But yeah, it's what it is.
Some good race pace though. What more did you need to try and close up to Yuri in the closing stages? Because it seemed like you were almost going to get there. Coming to the last lap, it was what, 1.2 seconds?
Well, I mean, I tried to make a move either way. Like, on the first lap, I tried to make a move because I think I know I have better pace. But it is what it is, I guess. For goodness sake, we have good race pace. But so yeah, it is what it is. Yeah.
And now there's a week away before we come back to the online rounds of the championship with the Drivers' Championship. Hockenheimring, Road Atlanta, and Spa-Francorchamps. I've got to ask, which one of those tracks are you actually looking forward to going racing at?
I mean,
I think we've seen some interesting racing across all 3.
I mean, let's see how it goes. I mean, I think none of them is favorite, but we'll go for it no matter what. So yeah.
We'll let you go off and debrief for the rest of the team. Still 3 more knockout races to go. Best of luck, Ferris, for the practice ahead, and good hard charge here today in knockout race number 1.
Yep, thank you.
So Ferris Stanley joins us for a quick chat there. And again, it's the reaction, Florian, that you always want to see, right? And that's a driver that's very irritated, but I think we'll see the best out of him in a couple of weeks when we go racing once again.
Yeah, he's so totally disappointed. This is the thing, yeah? And because he knew that the pace was there and he showed it. At least I think this is a positive thing. But he sums it up perfectly. It is what it is.
That is racing as well, isn't it? So don't forget, 3 more knockout races to go. Caique Oliveira going to be in knockout race 2. Robbie Stapleford in knockout race 3. And then Ibraheem Khan up on deck in the final of the knockout races. And we've got, around 20 or so minutes before the drivers are out on track for practice, a little bit longer maybe or so before they're out on track for qualifying. And so one thing that Florian, I don't know if we're going to show any pictures of, but we can tease, is that the Zebras going racing in the real world in 2024.
Yeah, at least one of them, Phil Denez, yeah, and he's racing. I mean, he's doing a lot of things. He's already won last weekend in the Italian GT Sprint Championship with a Lamborghini, which is not our favorite brand, to be honest. But obviously, if a race car takes a Zebra to the victory, it's amazing. So I think he's in for a really good series, a really good season in Italy, and he's also doing the endurance series together with Ceccato Racing, and the boss of Ceccato Racing is Roberto Ravaglia, BMW touring car racing driver, DTM legend, won so many titles and races. And we had a call with Roberto. We exchanged some ideas, and next weekend we will see the outcome. And I can tell you, everyone in the team is ultra excited about this. But I cannot show any pictures yet, but it will be marvelous.
It's going to be great to see. Don't forget, we've got a couple more knockout races to come, but we're going to step aside for a few moments here on our BS team stream. We'll be back with Knockout 2 as we cheer on Caique Oliveira. Well, welcome back along to the BS team stream of ESL R1's final team championship online round. Already one knockout race is done. We've still got 3 more left to go, and it's time to cheer on Caique Oliveira as he gets set for qualifying. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Florian Haasper as we get ready to go. And Florian, we've had a brief break, but we know what we're in for. Qualifying going to be important, and then get through the opening couple of corners safely and settle in for a 9-lap sprint.
Yeah, I mean, first race a bit disappointing, I must say. Ferris gave it all, but yeah, qualifying, just decided his race quite early, I would say. And now it's up for Caique. Yeah, he was also part of our crew that went to the Nürburgring last weekend for the real race. He really enjoyed it. He had a good time there. He was treated by me to curry sausage, you know, the German thing, like the rest of the team. And yeah, he had a good time, and then he went full focus back on the preparation. And yeah, he also is confident. So let's see what he can do now in qualifying and in the race.
And as mentioned, qualifying is already getting underway for the drivers. Remember, they go up one by one. It's a Super Pole style session, and they only get one attempt with which to set their lap time. So got to make sure you stay within the bounds of the track. And as Ferris found out, if you slip off the track at Ascari, it's so easy to do so. Pick up a slowdown penalty that can drop you down 2 seconds or so down through the timing order. Rest of the drivers in this respective knockout race, Jimmy Antunes, Mikhail Schmiedel, Yoni Tormiller, Marco Pajic, Moritz Lohner, Josh Rogers, Luke Bennett, Przemysław Lemonek, Oleg Zobolov, Erhan Yayovsky, and Dara McCormack. So, I kind of said, in the first knockout race that Ferris qualifying down the back with such a strong knockout field meant that it was always going to be an uphill climb. Let's be honest, same can be said no matter which of the knockout races you are in. And here comes Caique to the line to begin the qualifying lap, and we'll ride around and see his reactions, Florian, as he sets this lap time.
Yeah, let's go, Caique. I mean, it's all about setting the foundation for a strong race and getting it together now. Yeah, you talked about the grids of the knockout qualifyings and so on. I mean, you obviously always look at the lineup and you say, okay, this is more difficult, this is easier, but this is all blah blah. In the end, you have to get your own act together, then you can actually make it in every knockout. You know what I mean? But yeah. So whenever I started to calculate how we would finish or how it would work out, it never worked out like this. And when I thought, okay, it's difficult, then we made it. So yeah, it's always the same.
It's like, we got the Euros, the 2024 Euros coming up, and there's always, people talking, oh, what's the group of death and stuff. Ultimately, you just have to play the group that's in front of you, right? So similar sort of a thing here. Now we've got 4 drivers already on the board, and Dara McCormack about a quarter of a second off of Oleg Zobolov, who has put in a 146.855 to be on provisional pole. Watch on board with Caique. This is where Ferris ran a little bit wide on the right-hand side of the track. That seems okay. No reaction, though, really, from Caique. I have no idea where this is going to put him. Luke Bennett's jumped up to 3rd. He's got to try effectively and get below a 147, though, Florian, because I think that would get him comfortably into the top 6.
Yeah, I cannot judge it either. No idea. I mean, he doesn't look too unhappy, but happiness also looks different.
There was definitely something out of the final corner, though, in terms of the reaction. It's a pretty good time. I said get under a 147 and you're probably top 6, and it's a 46.951. So where do the rest of the drivers go? Now, Florian, you remember we were talking about not wanting to watch the super replay last time? I think we want to watch the super replay this time.
On. Give me the super slow-mo all replay.
Here we go. Luke Bennett going to be next up. And we'll one by one then see the rest of the drivers. And already we know that 3 of the drivers will line up behind of Caique. So 3 more drivers are slower than him outside of the 146s, for example. Bam. Top 6 starting spot for the Zebra.
Yeah, and I mean, quicker than Luke Bennett. I mean, we, as a BMW team, we always have to look at the fellow BMW drivers. So, and Luke pretty much is the benchmark, yeah. So, decent lap by Caique, yeah.
Yeah, very, very decent lap. I don't know why the blue flag is...
What is he doing there? Yeah.
What's that flag man doing? Stop distracting the drivers.
Yeah. This is not Barney. This is There's another, a random other guy.
Oh yeah, no, we have to name some of these flagmen and women on Rennsport. There comes super replay of Caique to the line and into third. Now, another BMW gonna be next up. Moritz Lohner in the Maus machine. And after that, Mikkel Schmiedel, Marco Pate, and then Jimmy Antunes, or maybe Josh Rogers. Maybe Jimmy Antunes falling afoul of a slowdown as the ordering flips around on the left-hand side. Here comes the run out of the Parabolica towards the line. Can't tell any reaction from Moritz Lohner because he's about 30 seconds in front of where he was on track. He's down at the very back though, so that's another driver slotting in outside of the top 6. Mikkel Schmiedel up next.
Yeah, I think Caique's lap is really competitive. I mean, if you are ahead of Luke Bennett, also Moritz Lohner in the other two BMWs, then there's a penalty for Schmiedel, so he also won't make it. So a decent position now.
If that's a top 3 starting spot, Caique Oliveira is in a very, very good position right now. Marco Pajic going to be next, and then Josh Rogers, Joni Tormula, and I'm getting the feeling like Jimmy Antunes got to slow down maybe earlier in the lap, but we'll see if I'm proven right or wrong in the closing stages. The Guild Esports Audi out of the final corner, and Marco Pajic very, very disappointed with that lap as he runs his way to the line on our screen. Puts him down outside of the top 6. That's why he was so frustrated. Josh Rogers, what a fast qualifier traditionally. He's next up in the Porsche.
Yeah, let's see. Maybe he finishes 4th, and then he's right next to Caique, and they can continue battling like in Orchid.
Or they can not battle, and they can run, line of stern like we saw in the first of the knockout races. That's probably a little bit more likely. Of course, in that Porsche Coanda Esports machine, here comes Rogers to the line, 46.855 to beat, and he goes 2/10 quicker. So, wow, what a lap. Joni Tormula up next, but let's not forget, Caique still sits in 4th inside of the top 6.
I mean, this is a giga lap of Josh. I mean, there he got the optimum together, and this is what you want in qualifying. So, well, I don't know his optimum, but this looks close to it, to be honest. So, mega lap, also mega lap by Oleg. Really, really surprising, or really great qualifying by him. But P4 for Caique seems to stay where he is, yeah.
And as mentioned, Joni Tormula now also outside of the top 6. If Jimmy Antunes is indeed not going to set a very quick lap time this time around, and Caique will start up in 4th and just has to navigate through turn 1 safely, and maybe then has some confidence going in through the remaining 8 and a bit laps on the road to the Esports World Cup. Here comes the Apex machine to the line, and there wasn't a slowdown, I think, but it was 10th for Jimmy. There's the pole sitter Josh Rogers, but for our more important focus, at least here on our BS Plus team stream, Caique Oliveira now deposited into a warm-up session to get ready to go for the 9 laps of racing that lie ahead.
Yeah, I'm really happy for him. I mean, this is what you want. P4, bit of a cushion to P7. Yeah, and now you still have to produce a great race, don't get me wrong. But yeah, obviously you are in a really, really promising position now, and yeah, he deserves it.
And now just navigate through the start safely and see what comes after that. You can see the conga line stretching back as they exit on the short dash towards the Parabolica. I say short dash, it's still a pretty lengthy run. And
blue flags, still blue flags.
What is that flag man doing? Is he permanently throwing the blue flag?
Probably. He's a fan. He's Alessandro Rennsport.
He is working hard, is what he's doing. Hard-working volunteers in the real world are marshals. Hard-working in the sim as well, it turns out, right?
Absolutely. Both are not paid. Yeah.
No, exactly. I see that the session has kicked the drivers off the track. It means that Caique now just sits and waits to be unleashed for the race that lies ahead. Remember, standing starts in these GT3 machines, not necessarily what they're designed and most comfortable doing, but it's a challenge that you've got to get to grips with. Drop the clutch and release as smoothly and roll that momentum off to the first corner as best as you can. Caique gets set, looks ready to go. And of course now just waits for the lights to build. The engines will rev. And we'll go racing here at the Temple of Speed for the second of the knockout races. It's not the best of launches already. Luke Bennett alongside, and we'll try and look around the outside, down to that opening corner. The scene of so much treachery in the past. You can see Josh Rogers trying to cover the middle, and then big send from behind. There's contact made over the curb. That was for Oleg Zobolov or Erhan Yayovsky. 3 wide off the corner for second spot. Caique sits in 5th and waiting to see which direction he should go.
Oh yeah, quite happily he was not, or luckily he was not turned around, yeah, but this was a big send there, yeah. Someone was very eager.
Zobolov and Yayovsky, contact between the both of them, and now Zobolov, the one that shortcuts over the second chicane. Oliveira slides into line though, and that line goes all the way back, I think, to 12th position, and you've got some hungry drivers on the outside looking in, the likes of Moritz Lohner, Marco Pajic, Dara McCormack, and Jimmy Antunes cycle out of Lesmo too though, and this is where you look behind and that margin starts to open up to Primožav Lemenek in that 6th and final transfer spot to the semi-final.
Yeah, now it's again, this is a question I think Ibra had at last race. When you are running in P5, what do? You know, do you want even more or a bigger cushion and you try to attack P4 or whatever? So it's still not totally over if you are not set. If you are in the top 6, you still have to get a certain strategy in place and see, okay, do I want to try something? I mean, these guys are now definitely fighting, which never is so smart when you're already in the top 5, top 4 or whatever. But I guess Luke Bennett wants to get this cushion now, and maybe, yeah, Caique can slip through as well.
Gotta wonder, you were talking about qualifying on race pace. Oleg Zobolov was flying in qualifying. He's struggling a little bit more with the balance of the Mercedes. You can see Oliveira bleeding the brake and throttle together, just trying to avoid running into the back of either machine, and now just picks a line, will try and slide behind of Luke Bennett, eventually tries to cut back underneath, and now gets a good run. Will he look to the outside rather of the red line machine? No. Will slide back into line for the time being, but all this has really done, opened up the gap to your leader up front. Josh Rogers has got some significant lead air. Erhan Yayovsky comfortable as well. These 3 drivers in a very, very close scrap.
Yeah, it looks very dangerous, to be honest. Oleg, as you said, a bit struggling. So, and then you've got Luke Bennett behind, who definitely is not happy to be behind Oleg. So this is a very spicy combination. And then there's Caique, who's very calm and collected normally, and he definitely doesn't want to do any silly mistakes here. But you could easily be, dragged into something, so you have to be careful. I don't know what the gap to Lemenek is now. Is it half a second or what? So this, develops into the right direction at least.
I think at least right now, everyone's going to stay relatively calm. It's just the reality that if the gap behind doesn't grow, then these drivers are going to eventually feel the pressure from behind. Does Luke Bennett take another look to the inside of Oleg Zobolov down towards the parabolica? Answer to that question seems to be no. Wants to try and set it up potentially into turn 1. It's such a long sweeping corner as well, with such a high minimum apex speed that you can carry the extra momentum onto this main straight. It really sets you up into the heaviest braking zone on the track. We're behind, of course, this battle for the podium spots, but realistically, top 6 the target, moving forward to the semi-final. Bennett tries again to get to the inside. Oliveira's going to try and take it 3 wide. Can he grab the 2 for 1? No. Forced to back out and slide into line, but now Lemenek alongside as well. 2 by 2 off the corner. This is the risk of the fight just inside of the top 6.
Exactly. Yeah, this is why you want to be ahead of a fighting couple of Oleg and Luke. But for now it's all good. But ideally, Caique also manages to get past Oleg, but this won't be easy. No Lemenek.
Try to go to the outside.
Be careful.
That might actually have helped, because Primožav Lemenek now loses out. Marco Pajic up to 6th position, and the margin behind grows. Lemenek with the aggressive move to try and get past. Didn't work out the way he expected, and now some clean air behind for the Zebra.
Yeah, this definitely helped. And now we have to look at the pace. If the gap is growing to P6 and the others, but let's see. But still, Oleg is maybe holding Caique a bit up there, and it stays dangerous, I would say.
Could be a chance into turn one, but that was a little bit out wide, and Oliveira digs two wheels into the gravel out of Ascari and loses just a touch of momentum down in towards the final corner on what is the third of, again, 9 estimated laps. Josh Rogers 1.2 seconds clear of Erhan Yayoski, then about 2 seconds back to Luke Bennett, who made that move on Oleg Zobolov. What can Caique Oliveira do now? Again, in the team championship, the final opportunity for drivers to score points for their teams to be seeded for the Esports World Cup later this summer from the heart of Riyadh. Points get reset. Seeding still somewhat important. Deep onto the brakes. Oliveira closes and now tries to get the run out of turn one, but the Mercedes closed up to the back of Luke Bennett as well. Still plenty of time to try and work your way forward.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I would say let's not risk anything and just stay where we are. But yeah, if there's a mistake by Sobolov, then Caique will be there to use his chance. But I prefer safety first, to be honest, in this quarterfinal.
At this point, I think you have a bit of that buffer behind, right? Moritz Lono's going to be battling with Marko Pajic, 6th and 7th. Only one driver to move forward to the semi-final. As long as these drivers don't trip over each other, should feel relatively confident about their chances of moving on forward. And Florian, you mentioned as well that some of these drivers that were competing tonight got to go over to the Nürburgring 24 hours as part of the BS competition team, get to, see all the sights and sounds, be part of that team atmosphere, meet some of their teammates, I'm sure, in person for the very first time. I'm sure that's given them a bit of a recharge of batteries going in to this final round of the team championship.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is what we want to give the guys. Not just that we want something from them in the sense of race for us, win races, go fast, and so on, but also give them experiences that are once in a lifetime. And I mean, for Ferris, for instance, I mean, it was his first GT race in Europe, obviously. Yeah, he had been to racetracks in Indonesia like Sentul, and I think also went to the Singapore Grand Prix at one time. But Nürburgring 24 Hours is such an iconic race, and so they were really happy to be there. I think for Caique it was the second time he was at the Nürburgring. I think he had went there when Furia was still racing from the Coanda premises, and then they did a tour to a VLN or MLS race. So he was quite local at the Nürburgring already, but still being at this race was special for them. Then Caique got to meet Augusto Farfus, the BMW and Works driver, a legend in the BMW drivers ranks, and both from Brazil. It was a very special moment on the grid. So I think this is what sim racing also should deliver, like great memories for the ones who are doing it, who are sacrificing so much, going to a different country, leaving family and friends behind, and then we as teams have to give them something back, and this is what we tried with the Nürburgring trip.
And, that's such a great race to go to as well, because I'm sure there's so many different ways to go and watch the race. How many different spots, Florian, did you guys end up going to? Or did you end up just sitting down in one place, breaking out the Z-brews and chilling for 24 hours?
If we talk about me, it was just one spot. It was the curry sausage stand in the paddock. And then Hatzenbach and so on. But the other guys are very, well, we had Ryan there, Ryan Barnefeld, Ruben Bonga. They've been to this track many of times, or Niels Koch, who even did races there in the VLN at the time. So they knew their way, and I think they were doing 30,000 steps per day, so they were really busy. Me personally, I preferred a few Z-brews and a sausage.
It sounds like they need a zebra golf cart or something to navigate around the Nordschleife next time.
Yeah. I mean, thanks to the great hospitality of BMW M, we also got to the hospitality unit. It was called, it was a big community area at Hatzenbach, where some of the guys also had stage appearances, which was really cool for them, and they also tried out the simulators there. Now with 24 Hours of Le Mans coming. Also a few zebras on site, like Felix von Delft will be there and work with the simulator guys there, with the art car being being launched also on Le Mans Ultimate. So also some things happening there at Le Mans, but I think at the Nürburgring we were 18 people in total, so a good part of the team was there. And Le Mans will be a bit less, but Dion Fiallo is there, Lucas Herrmann, so quite a good BS competition presence as well.
Very cool. Settled down, by the way, in this quarterfinal knockout race, whatever you want to call it. We're on to the 6th of 9 laps, so 3 to go when we cross our way past the timing beam next time. Out of the final corner, we're about to navigate through, still with Luke Bennett in front of Oleg Zobolov and Caique Oliveira, Josh Rogers, Erhan Yuyovsky. Well, the margin between them has grown. Yuyovsky's being closed on by this pack that Oliveira finds himself in the thick of, and Lohner and Tunes, Pejic, Mikkel Schmiedel, Joni Tormüller, they've been fighting so much that we've got so much clean air behind that Caique Oliveira sits and just waits to see if anything happens in front. I can make a move, otherwise 5th is mine and a spot in semi-final number 1.
Yeah, this is what I meant. I mean, even if the first bit of the race doesn't run to your plan, I think you were starting from 3rd, and you lose 2 positions, but then you are still sort of sorted, you know, and then it's your race. You can dictate the strategy, and you have the cards in your hands, and this is what you want in this format. You want to be the one who is able to make decisions, and because if you're out of the top 6, then you can't decide a lot. Then you just have to fight and do whatever you can. But this looks really strong now.
And again, just a reminder, we have a week off. Next week is a bye week, if you want to describe it like that. Drivers' Championship, the online rounds, they begin on Friday, June the 21st. You can join us for that team stream from the virtual Hockenheim ring before. A week after that, over to Road Atlanta, and then Spa-Francorchamps a week later. 3 back-to-back weeks for the drivers before they get, 6 or so weeks to then build and prepare for the Esports World Cup. August the 22nd, the first in-person racing day, live from the heart of Riyadh. 2 laps to go this time by. Caique sits and waits. Luke Bennett pulls away just a little bit. I don't think he's feeling like he needs to make the move. He could if he wanted to, but he's not going to force the issue.
Yeah, this is what you want. This is the position you want, and looks good. Still, good race by Oleg, I must say. Sobolov, fastest AMG. Oh no, he's getting a good run. Yeah, but he does what he should do. So quite surprised that Oleg is the fastest AMG guy in this.
Yeah, and you remember that good in qualifying, struggled maybe a little bit initially in the opening couple of laps of the race, but it's come back towards him, has the balance of that Mercedes, and still able to keep up to the likes of Luke Bennett. Strong showing. Once again, you can see Blake breeding over there for Caique. It's something we talked about in round 1 at Daytona. You don't want to lift off the throttle necessarily. It's a bit more efficient to keep the engine spooled up, but to get onto the brakes to slow the momentum of the car. It's one of those things where I think Ibraheem Khan was saying that he was learning on the fly effectively and figuring out what was the most efficient thing to do. The drivers at this point of the season have adapted to some of the changes, Florian, that have happened in the couple of months between the end of 2023 season and the start of 2024. A little bit of a new build for these drivers to get to grips with.
Yeah, absolutely. But you have to be spot on. You have to adapt to new things all the time, and especially with a game which is still very new and so on. So it's all about flexibility on the one hand, but then it's about to establish routines and processes and so on that you can replicate. Yeah, I mean this is so important in this, that you can replicate doing a fast lap, replicate having a good stint during the race and so on. So it's a very hard job. It demands high focus all the time, and you have to be alert all the time. Yeah.
And alertness, going to see Oliveira sit behind as we trickle on to the final lap of knockout race number 2. Good effort in qualifying from Caique Oliveira left him in a very good spot. Now just has to hold on one final lap and a spot in that first semi-final is his. Exactly what, Florian, I'm sure you want to see right now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, big praise for Caique here, because also, I mean, he's staying behind. He's not trying anything maybe now. Yeah, no, but it's not needed, you know. And this is what you want to see. This is how you have to do it. Yeah.
And intelligent driving sometimes, right? Yes, you get, you know, a point or two more for each position you rise up through the field, but ultimately the points are on offer in the knockout, the semi-final, and the final race. So you want to accumulate and build all of that up. So you need to leave yourself in a situation, in a position where you can take advantage in the closing stages. And so now, just a couple more corners to go. And the frustration that we saw from Ferris Stanley, that desire to want to get better, you know that pushes the drivers on each and every round. Caique Oliveira, we've seen him across of 2023 get to grips with this platform on Rennsport. Last year with Furia was flying in a couple of races as well, and he settled in quite nicely to the first on-track excursion today, and will head out of the final corner, and a zebra is going to gallop its way into semi-final number 1 as Caique Oliveira, dramatic opening couple of laps, settled in after that, and runs his way to the line in 5th position in knockout race number 2.
Yeah, fantastic. This is what we want to see. This is what we want to do, and now first time this season that we see Caique not having to fight a lot in his quarterfinal, because when he went through in the other 2 rounds, I think he had a bad qualifying, so he was starting from 10th or 9th or whatever, so it was always a bit shaky, but now a very good performance, and seriously done it, and very grown up and intelligent, and this is what we want to see.
And remember that he had that moment down at turn 2 in the second, third, fourth lap or so, where Przemysław Lemonek was really pushing the issue and getting a little bit feisty. Didn't get flustered, and made sure to keep the cool and not make a mistake. So there's a look at the man himself. Caique Oliveira joins us in the broadcast booth. Great qualifying, Caique, and then kept your head in those, let's be honest, hectic opening laps. How are you feeling about your performance in that second knockout race?
I'm satisfied. I think my quali will be better in the semi. I think it was just enough to be in the net to fight for the podium or the qualifying position. The start, I already read that the Falcon's car was really feisty, and he ran me on turn 1 and stuff like that, and it was really a hard fight into, I don't know, lap 3 or 4. And I had to keep my cool, because I knew I had to tank it, the touches and stuff like that, because I was ahead. I was in a position of interest, right? So I had to tank it up, because I knew if people didn't overtake me, I would get away. What happened, and from the little that I saw in my mirror, was really a war zone back then, and back there, and I didn't want to be there. So I'm really Monza is a track that I feel very comfortable. I have a good track record on that. It's another semi-final for me, but my aim is to go to the final again. So yeah.
What are you going to do? You've got 2 more knockout races before the semi-final. What's been the schedule like in those first 2 rounds of the championship to let you debrief and decompress a little bit after a race like that?
Sure, make sure to be hydrated, right? Take a little break, but at the same time, not too much of a break, so you cool down. If I don't drive often, I cool down, and I need to warm up a lot. So just having a quick break, maybe a quick snack, and then we lock in again and fight for the best result possible, for win. Yeah, so I'm really glad. Unfortunate for Ferris, unlucky for the slowdown, but that's the nature of the competition. It is what it is. Maybe should be looked more into it, but I knew he was just as capable as me to qualify, and I know Ibra and Robbie will be cooking. So I'm looking forward to watch and prepare at the same time.
I got to ask before we let you go, what is the optimal lap for you in this track? If you were to put all the sectors together, what can you get it down to?
Putting it all together would be a 5, but my PB is a low 6, so yeah. But it's close to Josh, but Josh is Josh, right? So he's special.
couple attempts to find in qualifying for semi-final number 1. We'll see you back on track, Caique, in a couple of hours' time.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao indeed. Great to chat with Caique, and he'll go off and grab a quick break. Doesn't want to cool off too much. Florian, he had a smile on his face. How big's the smile on your face right now?
No, it's definitely big. Would have been bigger if Ferris also made it, but as Caique said it, the pace was there, and now I hope that Robbie and Ibra can also cook and show how fast they are. But first I will move over to the sim room and give the two drivers a big hug, because the prep was hard, and now we are in the middle of the competition. One guy made it, the other lost out, but still a long way to go today.
Remember, we've got 2 more of the knockout races to come. Yuri Kastorp says, let Ibra cook, but we've got to wait for him to cook in the 4th knockout race. It's Robbie Stapleford that's up next. Don't go anywhere here on the BS team stream. We'll be right back with knockout race number 3. welcome back to the BS Competition ESL R1 team stream. It's time for qualifying for Knockout Race 3. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Florian Haasper as Robbie Stapleford navigates through the opening corner as he's out on track for his qualifying effort already. We've seen Caique Oliveira navigate his way forward towards the first of the semi-finals. Now we're about to see if Robbie Stapleford can make his way into from Knockout Race 3 into the second of these semi-finals. Florian, how are you feeling right now? 2 knockout races done, 2 still left to go.
Yeah, I'm fired up. I think the team result can be good. Obviously, depending now on what Robbie and Ibra can add to the equation, but I'm very positive. Let's see. Again, I cannot judge anything here, but no major mistakes so far, I would say. And I think Robbie is totally fired up because earlier on today he passed his driving test. Yes.
Did he?
Yep. He's now officially allowed to drive a car. Yeah, well, he has been doing this for 6 years, I think.
Yeah, be careful if you live around Robbie Stapleford. There's a menace on the road now, potentially, as he works out of a Ascari. Nice and close on the inside curve, doesn't get pushed out too far wide. And so what's the time to beat? Not a 1:46. Remember, Caique did a 1:46.9 and said that he could try and find a couple more tenths. We almost hit a red line machine. Ignore that. That's neither here nor there. Out of the Parabolica, though, very early onto the power. That's pretty good. He's chewing his gum. He's passed his driving test. It's like it's a Friday evening drive to him. The smile's finally on his face, although it's only into second. Very, very close, though, to the time from Nikodem Wisniewski.
Yeah, it was a 47 something, yeah?
Yeah, I couldn't quite read it either.
No. But, yeah, must be. Yeah. Yeah, so almost a 46.
And now we get the super replay.
Yeah.
Here we go. Time to beat was a 47.013. It was a 47.064, so about half a tenth of a second the margin. And there are plenty of drivers to come now in the rest of the session because unlike we saw from the first 2 drivers who went around in the middle to the end of the qualifying session, Robbie's the 3rd time onto the board. So still 9 drivers to find their way through the timing tower, as that's a big slide out of Ascari.
Yeah, I mean, being close to the 46 to 47 border, this is good. Obviously, beating this border or staying below it is even better, but I think this is a competitive lap time of Robbie, and let's see. I would say this should get him somewhere around P5, P6 maybe in the end, but we'll see.
Even if he is in 7th or 8th, if he navigates the opening corner to great success and with some aplomb, he might have a chance to fight forward. That was not the greatest time, and we saw the wiggle from Ascari. I think that was maybe indicative of a car that had been pushed a little bit too beyond its limits. Jiri Toman in the Vitality by R8G car is going to find his way out of the Parabolica, and 47.0 is about 4 tenths off of what Josh Rogers did for pole position in knockout 2, but not necessarily the time that we should really be comparing these drivers up against. It's the first 46, though. Jiri Toman goes to provisional pole. Robbie Stapleford now down to 3rd, as here comes Johan Harth next up towards the line.
Yeah, it's all close. I mean, Jerry as well, close to the 47, so yeah, this is the range. Well, all the times. I think this is a very competitive range, so you will be able to fight with that time. But let's see. I mean, Kevin Sigge will be strong. Dumbeats also can be strong. Dane Warren. So there are a few threads in there.
Johan splits the difference between Wisniewski and Robbie. Next up, Kevin Sigge in the red line BMW M4. So a bit of a comparison for Robbie. There's an interesting stat.
What is this? What effect is it? I have to read it again. It's the high. Yeah, no, it's going. Okay.
He has the highest overall placement in Knockout Race 3, but the 3rd best driver of the team. I guess that goes to show how good Redline has been. Christopher Dambeats in the Mouse machine. Another BMW. Kevin Sigge went to pole, which means Robbie's pushed down into 5th position. Now, can Dambeats slide his way into that 47.0 bracket? We're already, 4 drivers or so? 3 drivers split by half a tenth of a second.
Yeah, let's see. This will be interesting. Christopher
comes.
was competitive over the first 2 rounds. Yep, and he's here as well.
47.001. So it's now 4 drivers split by just over half a tenth of a second. And for Robbie Stapleford, it's currently right on the bubble. Ulas Zildirim in the phase Porsche will be up next. Then Matt Emery, Dane Warren, and Dennis Schoeniger. Final 4 drivers to set a time. Ulas has got a slowdown, has already popped up on our screen, so that's going to be him down towards the back, and so now just Matt Emery, Dane Warren, Dennis Schoeniger. The drivers Robbie Stapleford is watching on.
Yeah, it's always good to see that that there's a driver for a change that is no threat by this misfortune, which again I don't wish anyone. I know how hard it is for the drivers to be out of contention in a qualifying session, but yeah, better for us here.
So Matt Emery in that Audi for Guild Esports runs to the line just behind Robbie with a 47.2. So now Dane Warren, we saw the Porsche fly in the hands of Josh Rogers. What can Dane do? Those first and second sectors looking pretty respectable, but question will be, with it standing as is, the best of the Porsches in the hands of Nikitin Wisniewski. That was not exactly the reaction from a driver very happy with how the lap has gone. And so he comes to the line. It's still second, though, so yeah. I guess a different expectation. So Robbie down to 7th. Now just Dennis Schoeniger left to go.
Yeah, let's see. Maybe the sectors are a bit slower than the previous laps, but yeah, no clue. Yeah, so hopefully he can keep this 7th place.
7th or 8th position outside looking in for Robbie Stapleford, but we put him in a very, very good spot to capitalize on the mistakes of those in front. Schoeniger jumps up to 4th, so Robbie Stapleford going to start down in 8th. There's a look at the pole sitter, Kevin Siggy, in that Team Redline BMW. And now, as mentioned, drivers get a brief warm-up session before they can go racing for the 9 laps that lie ahead of them. A little bit of work to do for Robbie in the... Well, have we come up with an official nickname for this one yet?
Here we are again.
Oh, I'm back, Florian. You know that we're coming up to the nickname conversation.
Yeah. What was the favorite last time? It was the...
there were no favorites. They were all terrible, whatever ChatGPT was giving us.
Yeah. Fresh from Florida.
I tried to get ChatGPT to help me write some code at work the other day. That did not go well either. I'm still trying to find a use case for it.
Yeah. To be honest, it's quite helpful also in our day-to-day job, I would say, to come up with ideas for headlines and that stuff. This is working really well. And to
Is it?
Yeah. I mean, only if you know what a good headline is. In the end, you still have to know it. But if you have 25 suggestions, you at least can have a look and get inspired by that. So this is quite helpful in the creative process.
Right. So here I've come up with some more. Tangerine Thunderbolt, Mandarin Missile.
Mandarin Missile. What is this? Chinese car.
Not for a race car either. That implies that someone's coming in to take people out. Apricot Apex. No.
No Apex, thanks.
Clementine Charger. Pumpkin Powerhouse.
Pumpkin
Sunset
is good.
Okay. Pumpkin Powerhouse. Is that what we're going to call it?
No.
Okay. Sunset Speeder. How about that one? That's almost Star Wars-like. I don't know.
Sunset. Yeah, we have to get the Sunset livery from Inesca.
Ooh, good point. Actually,
yeah.
That is the official nickname now for Jordi Lopez's car, the Sunset Speedster.
The Sunset Speedster.
There we go. We've nicknamed one car, but it's not the one that's on our screen and ready to go racing. As Robbie Stapleford looks up towards the lights and the engines build, it's time to go for Knockout Race 3 in ESL R1, and that was a jump start for Matt Emery. No question in my mind, unless a bit of a netcode situation there. Does that mean a little less pressure into turn 1 from behind? You can see drivers going aggressive to the inside. Big send from Matt Emery, 3 wide, as Schoeniger takes it up the inside. The Apex Mercedes of Johan Haas tries to hold on, and Stapleford grabs the 2 for 1. Up towards 7th position momentarily as they fly their way down to the second chicane.
Yeah, good start. Now we have to see what happens to Mr. Emery here.
if that was not a jump start, I mean, that was about the best start that you're going to see, not just today, but across the course of this season. That's among the better passes you'll see across the course of the season as well, as Robbie Stapleford grabs 6th away from Matt Emery, and now they slide their way through the first of the Lesmos. This is where they've got to be very much mindful of the gap in front, already creeping up to around a second. If Johan Haas breaks away, these drivers are going to be fighting in and amongst themselves.
Yeah, this looks good. This is where you want to be after lap 1. Yeah, and I think we've seen it in the past rounds as well, that Robbie is a great fighter. He can gain positions, and this is such a good characteristic that you need in racing. But now, yeah, the gap to P5 is already there, so yeah, could be this 2-pack situation that now Robbie is the hunted for 8 laps.
I'm going to try and go back to see on the official broadcast if it was a jump start for Matt Emery, because it looked as clear as I've ever seen it to me. But I've also said that before in an iRacing Rallycross World Championship race, and that was not a jump start. That driver had actually timed it perfectly. No. From what I see, Matt Emery moved before the lights go out, so I'm pretty confident there is going to be a penalty there. Johan Haas has just slipped in front of Christopher Dambeats, and Robbie Stapleford closes the margin up under the brakes to the back of the Mouse BMW. Exactly what he needs, with now Matt Emery dropping behind Nikita Wisniewski.
Yeah, this is what you need. Let the others fight. I also have the live penalties open here, and I don't see any so far for Matt, so let's see.
Does that include the automated penalties, though?
Should be, yeah.
Ooh, okay.
No, but maybe not, I'm a noob.
I'm also a noob. You know who's not a noob? Lewis McLean. Let me go send him a message, because he'll probably know.
Yeah. Ask him so he can work for his money.
Yeah, I mean, if we've got the resource, we might as well take advantage of it and figure that situation out. Stapleford, though, does drop a little bit further behind of Christopher Dambeats than I think he would have wanted, as they stretch their legs, climbing back up towards the braking zone of Ascari. So still waiting to see how close Nikita Wisniewski can get, but he's within 6/10 or so, and so we could be in for a bit of a fight here between the G2 Porsche and the BMW for BS competition. 2 laps about to be complete in this 9-lap race.
Yeah, this is going to be a thriller, I think, to the end. Yeah. Robbie just has to keep it clean and put quick laps in, but yeah, to break the draft would be the best, but not easy.
I mean, you can hope as well that they potentially just, concertina and check each other up in that leading group. It seems somewhat unlikely with, Kevin Siggy, Dane Warren swapping at the front, just maybe trying to slingshot one another a little bit faster, clear of the field. Yuri Toman, Johan Haas, and then Christopher Dambeats running as is. But again, remember, you can focus on the middle of the screen and that green bar, the delta to the previous laps that Robbie has done. If it's in the green, it's good. If it's red, it's not so good. And you can see that G2 Porsche is there and closing. It's within half a second off to the second chicane.
Yeah. I mean, basically, yeah, maybe it's sort of a waiting game now. I mean, the question is when Nicodemus is close, will he attack or will he wait until the final laps? Let's see. Yeah, it's going to be exciting.
Just to confirm as well, right, Florian, Robbie's not racing tomorrow in the opening round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports?
No. This is definitely one thing that we changed also compared to last year, where we don't have, let's say, double duties like doing other championships and so on. So this is Robbie's full attention here.
I asked because I don't remember, but I seem to recall that Robbie's got 2 rigs, one for Rennsport and one for Assetto Corsa Competizione, which you can see in the background on his camera. So I was just curious if that one's been fired up recently, but I guess not. Still plenty in the green as they work their way around. Word as well is that might not have been a jump start, by the way. Even though as clear as day to me, it looks like the car goes before the start. Maybe it was just that tiny bit of netcode that's seen it slightly shift around. So Matt Emery might still be in with a bit of a fight here, but I guess now with Wisniewski right behind and closing Johan Hart and Christopher Dambeats around 1.4 clear of Robbie Stapleford with 3 laps complete and still more than half this race to go. You say we're in the waiting game, in the settled-in period. I think Robbie's going to be a bit looking in the rearview mirror because Nicodem now is really closing in.
Yeah. He just can sit and wait. And well, he's not ultra close yet, but yeah, he'll definitely be there. Maybe I can use the chance and tease something else.
Do it.
Saturday night, 5 o'clock. Nice driver announcement. So another Zebra joining the club, and I'm really happy about this one. So yeah, 5 o'clock tomorrow. There's some news.
We're making it official, Florian. I'm joining BS Competition.
Arjuna, we wanted an ultra quick driver. We only have quick drivers.
Yeah, well, I was going to say I could maybe help you at the Nordschleife, but then I remembered BS Competition's had some success at the 24 hours of the Nürburgring before on iRacing, so you might not even need me.
Absolutely, and we have, I would say at the moment, almost Mr. Nordschleife. I mean, Felix Grönbach, he's cooking so well at this track. Yeah, no, I think in terms of Nordschleife, also Norbikis and all the others, I think this is pretty much our home track, I would say. Yeah. So why haven't we won the iRacing special event? Good question. Ask Max Verstappen about it, but the pace was good.
Well, didn't you win in the BMW bank car? Am I?
Yeah. This was 22, and in 2020 we also won.
Yes.
And it was one of our first. No, maybe it even was our first special event. So we won it out of the box.
Nice.
No, I think Bathurst was before that, but at that time I was still a total noob, and I was thinking, okay, this would now continue, and we would win every race. So, but then I realized it was something really special, because at that time we had Laurin Heinrich in the car, Alex Voss, and Philipp Eng. So with a real world driver who was not a full-time sim driver at the time, we won this race, so it was really special, I think.
Imagine if you could win those special events so regularly. It's what makes them so special, the level of competition. And yeah, not just two-time 24-hour the Nürburgring winners, two-time DNLS champions, BS Competition as well. So yeah, don't need my help. We're on to, again, 5th of 9 laps here as we focus in very much on this fight now for 6th position. Christopher Dambeats is now, 1.2 seconds in front of Robbie Stapleford. Matt Emery about 2 and a bit seconds off the back of Nicodem Wisniewski. So it's Porsche versus BMW. It's Zebra versus the G2 Knights, whatever they are. We'll come up with their logo, mascot, something on our team stream at some point for every one of these different teams. But that Porsche, you got to remember as well, it's fixed setup across of all these cars. There's a BOP process that's worked through as well. Porsche's not necessarily ever gotten close enough just yet, Florian, to make this move happen.
No, but it will come. And either it will end in tears, or it will be, I don't know, hard to judge if it's... sometimes it's an advantage if you are coming from behind in these situations. So maybe Nicodem is just preparing everything, or he wants to do it early, maybe now. Then at least we would have a chance to retaliate, but let's see how this works out.
I don't think Robbie's going to fight it too much initially. Maybe sees the chance to use this to close up as well, and bring the fight back in the closing couple of stages. I've got another nickname suggestion for you here, Florian, okay? Yeah. Tangerine Trotter.
I just it doesn't click with tangerine in my world.
Well, it's better than the other suggestions it tried to give me, which was citrus striped stallion. No. Zesty zebra zoomer. Why not? Imagine saying that one as a commentator. The Zesty Zebra Zoomer machine zooms its way on forward. Or the Zippy Zebra Zephyr.
Yeah. Zippy.
These are all terrible. These are terrible nicknames.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is why I said you have to have a creative mind checking ChatGPT and never. Oh, come on. Oh, what are we seeing now?
It's bleeding the brakes, just holding back.
Yeah.
Not forcing the issue.
There's an orange drink from France, and it's called Orangina. You know, it's an Orangina, but it's a bit too. Maybe it's not aggressive enough for this car.
No, we need it to be appropriately aggressive for a driver of Robbie's mettle as well, as he once again just refrains from going for the move. They're 2 seconds now off the back of Christopher Danby, so it's down to these two drivers for this final position in the semi-final. Dennis Schoeniger has made the move on Matt Emery, so keep in mind that that Williams Mercedes may end up closing. Here, though, is that slingshot you can see on the brakes for Robbie Stapleford, just bleeding off the speed as they head off into turn number 1. 3 laps to go. When will he make this move?
Yeah, as I've said, to a certain degree, I'm almost happy that he's now behind Nikodem. So this at least gives him a chance to make a move by himself and not just to be attacked at the end. So yeah, let's see if this strategy works.
Second chicane, see so much speed carried forward. That draft very, very powerful as well, but get a good exit here, sets you up nicely for the Lesmos. A little bit of red on the Delta, but by no means is this slow running behind the Porsche. It's just controlled aggression from Robbie Stapleford as he works his way on forward, and that's a good thing as well, because we've seen some aggressive moves. Think back to that second knockout race where Caique had to fend off the advance of the Audi of Primožov Lemonek through that second chicane, a little bit over-eager potentially for Lemonek, got caught out with the curbs and some of the cars behind. Don't want to end up in a similar situation. 2 laps to go, though. You want to make sure you have the move done before you get through, like Ascari coming toward the final lap of this race, because at that point, checkered flag not far away, you leave yourself with short time to make the move happen. In the green on the Delta, you can see the speed build once again in the draft. Is it going to be this time by for Robbie Stapleford down into turn number 1?
That's interesting. It's Robbie against his former team, yeah. So this is another little story in this. So we got him from G2 at the time. So yeah, and Nikodem is also new at G2. So it's an interesting team constellation.
Doesn't go for it this time by on his former teammate, though, does Robbie Stapleford. Next time is maybe going to be the lap for him. Ooh, a little bit on the curb for that Porsche, slows down a little bit right on the apex of the right-hander on the chicane. It's all okay as they get back onto the power and back into the green as well. The margin to Dennis Schoeniger stable at around 1.7 seconds. So Robbie knows with around a lap and a half to go, if he wants to fight for it, he can start to go for it. But once again, holds back from the move. This is really calculated stuff, just waiting for that opportunity, the right opportunity to come.
Yeah. This is mind games now, and I mean it is a situation that you practice. Yeah, we are also practicing with other teams and so on, and also within the team. But still, you have done more hot lapping, I would say, than driving or trying to look for the right move. Yeah, in such a close fight. Yeah, so this is something you cannot really practice.
Leads the brakes again, but I think showing himself in the mirror of that G2 Porsche also very important, just to play those mental mind games, as once again out of Ascari for the penultimate time they scramble. Just have to navigate out of the Parabolica down towards the start finish line, and then turn number 1 maybe where Robbie will spring the move. Again shows himself, that nose being presented in the mirror. This is all about the racecraft. You can see how early he tries to pick the throttle up as well, and now gets into that draft and tucks himself down. And where will he be forced to go? Which way does the G2 Porsche go? Interesting. Robbie still on the brakes momentarily, waits very, very late to pop himself out of line, and he's now on the outside. He's going to be forced to go deep under the brakes, to be confident and to be brave and bombastic. He's going to get pinched, he's going to get squeezed by the Porsche, but as they run themselves out of the chicane, down into the second complex of corners, the Zebra in front and galloping away into a top 6 spot.
Well done. Good move. So let's see what Nico has in store.
Still there. He's not going to get the chance to switch it back. That's a good thing for Robbie. Watch him cut back to the racing line. The Porsche tries to force the issue.
Yes,
the Porsche slides on the curves. Robbie Stapleford, a smile on his face and going forward to semi-final 2.
Yeah, absolutely deserved. I mean, this was... Yeah, let's see. First he has to finish, but... There, Nicodem should have built it up maybe a bit more properly, but no, amazing.
Even with that slow running, don't expect Matt Emery to be able to close back up that margin. And again, I thought Matt Emery had jumped the start and no ifs or buts about it, but apparently not. Great timing on the drop of the clutch in the Guild Audi, but out of Ascari gonna just come up short, unfortunately. Dane Warren gonna win in this third knockout race. Yuri Toman second, Kevin Siggy, Johan Harting, Christopher Dambeats, the drivers up in front, but across the line in sixth position after biding the time and waiting for the opportunity. Robbie Stapleford makes it 2 of the BS competition Zebras, making it forward to a semi-final. A shrug of the shoulders, a smile on the face, and cross the line in sixth position.
Come on. Well done. Best present for the past driving test.
He's passed his driving test. He's still got more virtual driving to do as well, so can't even go out there into the real world and enjoy himself. We'll grab a chat with him in a few moments' time, I guess, and wow, he's going to be pretty thrilled with how that race went. And once again, Florian, it all comes down to the racecraft coming down into the closing stages, making the move at the right time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm excited to hear from him how he planned it. I mean, was this planned? Did he wanted to give Nicodem the place in first place and then to be in a position to make the move on the last lap or on the penultimate lap? So this looked really mature. Then Nicodem, I think, made him the favor of attacking him straight away and trying to switch back, but it didn't work out. So this is how you do it.
And you said, mature, he's, 18 years young, let's not forget. So still plenty, I'm sure, that we'll see in terms of learning from those experienced drivers around him in the BS competition team, the likes of Niels Naujoks. What's his nickname officially? The Silver Fox? Is that what we're going with?
Yeah. He's everything.
He's everything.
He's a legend.
Just wait for Robbie to get connected to have a chat with us in a few moments' time. Don't forget, knockout race number 4, moments away from getting underway, and the big red machine of Ibraheem Khan is finally going to be allowed to cook, and Yuri Kastorp will get his wish come true. I love as well, commentators, we love to complain that race cars, especially team race cars, too similar to one another. 4 different drivers, 4 distinct liveries, makes it very, very easy to pick out who is in which race, especially if we get into a situation, Florian, where we have multiple cars in the same race.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what I meant. The direction we are moving is totally right, and we will see it over the course of the season. And now, again, 2 cars, 2 drivers in the semis. Ibra still to come, so direction is great. Yeah, Robbie, congrats.
Hello. Yes, thank you.
How are you feeling, Robbie? It seemed like a race of patience initially, waiting behind Nicodem once he made the move. Was that the plan? Did you want to wait till the final lap to spring yourself back up into 6th?
Yeah, 100%. I tried to latch onto the back of Chris and Johan, but it just went up and didn't get the draft, so I just couldn't get it. And then Nico went for the move, and I thought, okay, then I'll wait here until the last lap, and I made the move into the first corner, and then the stuff happened at the second chicane. We'll see what the steward say, but I think it's no further action, so we're through, so let's go.
And you passed your driving test earlier today, I heard, so congratulations. How does it feel to be unleashed on the roads of the real world as well?
Wow. Everyone in the UK, I'd take a weekend off.
It's literally what we said as well. Someone in the chat says, just don't do that on your actual car. How does the BMW M4 GT3 feel here at Monza? Of course, we talk a lot about straight line and speed and needing to be trimmed out and in this fixed setup. How much speed do we have in a straight line? How much grip do you have through the corners?
I think the BMW is actually pretty good around this track, which is the first, I think. It's got a good straight line speed, probably not as much as the Porsche, but it's definitely good, better than it was last season. And yeah, I think it's just a great car overall now. It's good around the corners, and yeah.
Can't complain about the car, it seems. You'll be racing out in semi-final number 2. What's your expectations there? Qualifying, it's quite important as ever. How do you feel about the pressure of that 1-lap qualifying session?
To be fair, I know what I need to improve. I know what went wrong in that qualifying, so I'll just not do that this time, and it should be good, and we should be a bit further up the field to make my life a bit easier.
Best race car drivers know exactly what they have to improve. We'll let you go off, Robbie, and get a bit of a break before the semi-finals begin. Best of luck. We'll see you back on track in an hour or so's time, I guess.
Cheers. Thank you.
Great to catch up with Robbie with a big smile on his face across the line and while chatting with us as well. Florian, one more race to come and just Ibraheem Khan left to go.
Yeah, and Ibra has something to prove. He was very unlucky over the first 2 rounds, so I think he will be on it. And to be honest, I'm already happy now with 2 semis. This is what we want, and 3 semis would be a dream, and we are getting there.
We'll take a break once more here on the BS team stream, but once again, one final knockout race to come before we find out exactly how the semi-final grids end up shaking up. was just the one final knockout race left to come here in the final round of the Team Championship before the Esports World Cup. Welcome back to the ESL R1 BS Competition team stream. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, joined alongside by Florian Haasper. We've seen 3 BS competition cars venture out there. 2 of them have made their way forward to a semi-final, and we've now just got Ibraheem Khan left in the knockout round in that big red machine. Florian, I know you've already said that seeing 2 BS cars through is great, but Ibra's had, let's be honest, some pace, not always the luck so far this year. Will today finally be his day?
Yeah, hopefully. He deserves it so much. I mean, he's maybe the most emotional driver in the sense of being sensitive for the pressure and for, you know, being a bit frustrated if it doesn't run according to plans. And so we are always working to cheer him up again and to remind him of his super pace. Yeah, and I have the feeling that this time it will work out for him, hopefully, because he absolutely deserves it. And if it doesn't happen for any reason, yeah, okay, then we will build him up again and we try it in the next event.
Yeah, and I think that's what's so important, right, is that mental side of sim racing. We talk so much about it, especially in the one-lap qualifying sessions, right? You get one chance to put it right. You saw how much Ferris got frustrated at the end of his knockout race. You saw that the mindset of, I should have done better. He's kicking himself. Now, we'll see him back in a couple of weeks' time and ready to go. Ibraheem Khan ready for this final round of the Team Championship as well in Knockout 4. Qualifying going to begin in a few moments' time. And again, one by one, the drivers get released on out there. Speaking of, right on cue, Thibaut Casamon, the first driver in the Vitality by R8G car that's out onto track. Seems as though it's going to be quite a while before we see Ibra. He will be the third to final car that rolls out for their run.
I think it's horrible for him, you know. It's the fourth knockout, and then you are almost last. So you've been waiting and sitting there for hours and hours to get your high-pressure qualifying run. So deep respect for these guys, because I think time is a factor in there, and you have to keep up the concentration and focus for so long, and and hopefully he's spot on now, Ibra, later on.
It's interesting, right? Because if you have a driver, for example, that couldn't be there for knockout race 1, maybe you'd slot them in for knockout race 4. But the driver, like you say, that then is doing knockout race 1, they have a long wait if they make it to the semi-finals to go racing once again. Turnaround time for the driver in, knockout race 4, who then, makes it over to semi-final 2, maybe a little bit shorter, all things considered, even with a little bit of a break coming up between the knockout races, seeing the checkered flag fly, and us filing our way on over to the first of the 2 semi-finals, where we'll see Caique Oliveira. There is Ibra, though, in the big red machine, out of the final corner and setting up for the qualifying run. Might actually be the penultimate driver to set a time. We'll wait and see as he crosses the timing beam, gets underway already, with Isaac Price having a slightly poor qualifying run, maybe running off the track. So Thibaut Casamon fending off the challenge from Max Benecke in qualifying by 27 thousandths of a second. The task for Ibra to get down into the 46s.
Yeah, this is the goal. I think Isaac Price had a penalty or slowdown, 5 seconds. So let's see where Ibra can slot himself in.
Almost robotic in many ways, the way that onto the brakes, look towards the braking zone, find your markers, and then through the corners, spot your way out of the corner as well to where you want the car to be going. Seen Bono House, Mitchell de Jong also onto the board, but behind Benecke. The margins, oh so fine, 84 thousandths of a second splitting those 4 drivers as Ibraheem Khan sweeps out of the Lesmos and now rises his way up towards Ascari. Just 2 more braking zones to come, but an opportunity to really make the lap discounted here. If you run too far off the track, it's not bad though. Ibra runs himself on that inside part of the curb to great effect. Jamie Fluke around 4/10 off of the pole time from Thibaut Casamon though, and Ibra's going to be next to the line. Pretty decent time, I think, brewing here. That first sector was pretty good. Second sector, maybe a little bit slower than he would have wanted it to be. And the final sector has been tidy onto the power nice and early, riding out of the Parabolica, and now short distance to the line to break the timing beam, slots himself into 5th. And I think that middle sector where things maybe saw him slightly drop off of that leading group, but by no means, Florian, is that Ibra out of the fight.
No, absolutely not. He needs a good start, obviously. But he should be able to fight. Not sure what the other guys can do who are now still joining the party.
And super replay up on your screen. That's a very interesting camera placement for Ibraheem Khan, who's given us the better camera look. The official broadcast gets the slightly worse one. So no complaints here. After Ibra, Jeffrey Rietveld in the Redline BMW. They've qualified quite strongly, let's not forget, so far today. Daniel Pastor, Mikhail Baikov, Jakub Maciejewski, and Josh Poulain, the remaining drivers to come. So there is still the potential that Ibraheem Khan could start up there inside of the front 6, but already Jeffrey Rietveld inside of that second sector has gained around 1/10 of a second or so. Expect him to potentially put himself a little bit closer to the front 4 cars or so. Then you'll get the Mercedes for Daniel Pastor across the line next, but a bit of a benchmark to come in the form of the BMW. Bennick already, of course, in second. Jeffrey Rietveld to the line and up to pole of 46.9.
Yeah, good lap by Jeffrey, but not so quick, well, as the other guys in the previous heats.
Oh, we have seen different races in terms of the knockouts have different almost speeds. No blue flag flying, so the marshals have got the memo apparently. That was a very good middle sector from Daniel Pastor. Out wide through the final sector though. First sector was also a couple of tenths off. That looks like a slowdown. That Daniel Pastor starting down the back of the grid.
Yep, unlucky for him, but good for us.
Another driver that Ibraheem Khan will start in front of, and so now already 3 drivers behind, 3 still left to run. So the best that Ibra will start is 6th. It will just take 1 driver to pip him, though, to be dropped down outside of a transfer spot in terms of the bubble. I think Mikhail Baikov with a pretty decent middle sector. Where's the 3 sector run, though, put him up into 5th position, dropping Ibra down to 7th. And now Josh Poulain going to be up next.
Yeah, I think this lap won't threaten Ibra, I think.
No, that middle sector is slow. Jakub Maciejewski, let's see what his middle sector will be as well. That's a pretty decent run. He could be potentially someone that slides himself into the mix as well. Around 1/10 of a second, covers the 6 drivers inside of a semi-final spot right now. That is a frustrated driver. I'm not sure if that was a slowdown. Definitely looked like some momentum being lost.
Yeah.
I think, though, that is Ibraheem Khan starting in 7th.
Yeah, which would be really good. Or a position to fight once more, even if he wasn't that close to the 47-46 barrier, but still good. I think quite a slow qualifying of the 4. Oh, it's new haircut day, right?
Oh, yeah. Handful of the drivers, including Rietveld. So 4 drivers getting their laps somewhat invalidated in that run. So that's an interesting thing just to look at. Ibra's going to have some feisty drivers behind trying to make his way forward. He's back on track for that warm-up session with around 60 seconds to go before the racing begins. He's got a chance to feel out the track one final time, see where some of his competitors are going as well, and just get himself locked in for 9 laps to lie ahead. 9 very important laps, because 3 zebras in the semi-final, well, is the only thing better than 2 zebras in the semi-final.
Absolutely. I think it would be a first, to be honest, but yeah, not sure.
I think this year, but I feel like last year we had a couple of decent runs.
Yeah, decent runs, but I think never that the whole group of drivers went through. So yeah, but we have to start saving the stats better, because last season it was not so much to be worthy to be saved, but this looks different now.
Lewis has got a big book of BS somewhere that we'll try and just steal some of those numbers from.
Absolutely.
That will make our life a lot easier. He's done the hard work. We can just piggyback and copy his homework over the shoulder. Session comes to a close. We're ready to go racing for the final of our knockout rounds. Ibraheem Khan in the big red machine, the zebra, quite literally. Zebra being... it's a hard joke to make when you do it in verbal form, because zebra, of course, the animal, Z, the Z-I-B-R-A, squish.
What?
Yeah. No, they made the joke. They made the joke in chat. It doesn't really work in verbal form.
I
But
have to check.
put the Z in front of Ibra and you get zebra, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't work in... Yeah, anyway. Here we go.
Why not?
Oh,
Come on, Ibra, you can do it.
we have had drivers move forward to the semi-finals, of course, so far this season. 2 drivers in both of the opening rounds. Would it be the first time that 3 Zebras move their way on forward? The drop of the clutch sees a very good start from Mitchell de Jong. Ibraheem Khan, where does he place himself? Got to find his way into the top 7, and with 2 very feisty drivers behind, looking to try and make it 3 wide. Maciejewski on the left, Jamie Fluke on the right. Big send from Maciejewski. He was frustrated in qualifying.
Come on,
Benedict
stop it.
goes around. There's big drama as we filter off of
Come
turn
on.
number 1. One car going
Why
absolutely
is he
nowhere.
hitting him, huh?
And with contact off the corner, there goes Daniel Pastor alongside of Maciejewski. It's 4th right now for the Zebra as he heads off to turn 2.
Yeah, we were lucky for once, but whoa, he's surrounded by some, by these 2 guys, and let them fight, let them do it. Yes, and they do the favor.
Let Ibra cook. That's exactly what he wants to do right now. And 4th position for Ibra in front of Maciejewski, and now Isaac Price. He has a bit of buffer behind to try and now just roll his speed, hold on. Now Bono House is gone, already 1.5 seconds, so at the end of the day, there's 3 drivers comfortable, Rietveld, Kazabon and House, and 3 drivers on the bubble, somewhat feeling the pressure, Khan included.
Yeah, but it's good. He's absolutely in a position to fight now, and again, he's in to make his own decisions now, and this is good. And not being just a victim or a potential victim, and good first lap.
You see the eyes flick over to the left occasionally just to grab a bit of data where the gaps are to the drivers in front, behind, where each driver that maybe he's keeping an eye on is as well. There he goes again, off the corner. It's around 6/10 or so to Maciejewski. So draft's going to be a factor. Lap 1 complete, 8 laps still left to go. And Ibraheem Khan started down in 7th, up to 4th through the chaos of the opening lap. Max Benecke did turn it around. He's back out and running in 10th position, albeit maybe a little bit further down behind he would have wanted to be. Isaac Price slides past Maciejewski. That was like a hot knife through butter. And now within a couple of car lengths of Ibraheem Khan off of the opening chicane.
Yeah, to be honest, I think it works with Ibraheem Khan. I think this is lovely.
That is a lot more obvious than Zebra. You see? Ibraheem Khan. There we go.
Yep.
Now, how do we convince him to change his legal name to that? That's the question.
Oof, it's just a matter of Zebrews and sunset deliveries.
Plenty of them potentially as well. He's opened up the gap to Isaac Price. Remember that Robbie was saying that the Porsche is very strong in a straight line. So, out of Ascari, into Ascari as well, maybe where we're going to see some of the legs being stretched from it. Run down the pit straight as well, but maybe through the corners, through the twistier stuff, that's where a Zebra can be faster. And got to wonder as well, pressure being built behind. Isaac Price maybe going to be looking in the rearview mirrors to see Jakub Maciejewski and exactly where they're all going to be, although that was very aggressive out of Ascari. And Isaac Price in that G2 Porsche closes up once again. What is it about the Zebras and the G2 Knights, by the way, that are fighting so much today? Because they've just managed to find each other.
Yeah, sometimes it's this case. Yeah, I mean we have it quite often with Apex and iRacing, and so you have your certain friends and then you meet them quite often. Yeah, so no clue why, to be honest. Isaac Price, I also remember from last season, also also a guy that you don't really want to fight with, because he's a fighter. He can put you under a certain pressure. But let's see. I think Ibra will know how to keep him off.
Mitchell de Jong tries to fight with Jakub Maciejewski. Did not work out. He slides back into the queue. And that's the thing where if, they fight behind and, Isaac Price and Ibraheem Khan pull away from those behind, maybe Ibra feels that, let me let Isaac through. We don't need to fight. Mitchell's made the move, lost a lot of time in doing so as well. We've still got a handful of laps to go. Does that also mean Isaac Price going to be a little less aggressive and eager to make the move happen?
Yeah, I mean, this is this format thing. I mean, once you have to fight, and you have to fight if you are, I don't know, P6, P7, P8 or what. In doing so, you are losing time, and then you are out of the equation. So this is a bit horrible. But I don't care if it's as long as we are not involved. Yeah. But I think this is what we saw in the first knockout with Ferris, because there was just this one or two fighting situations on lap 1 or lap 2, and then this cost you the valuable time to be or to stay in the draft.
And a couple of comments in chat saying make sure Ibra doesn't fall asleep. Does look like he's very calm right now. It's a good thing. Don't want to be too stressed, although here comes Isaac Price down to 2 car lengths or so between the 2 machines across the line, with 3 laps now officially complete in this final of the knockout races. Remember, if you finish in the top 6 here, you advance to semi-final number 2. Isaac Price doesn't go for the move down into turn number 1. Nice and tidy. Jakub Maciejewski's battling as well behind with Jamie Fluke. So that second grouping, they're really costing each other some time. Exactly what Ibra will want to see in the rearview mirror.
Yeah. I mean, in his rearview mirror, he sees a strange object on his couch. Yeah, I think something standing there. What is it? The Dark Lord of Edinburgh.
It looks like a curtain or something that's like draped over. At least that's what I want to believe.
This is the rational.
That's what I want to believe. Because if it's a ghost, Ibra, get out of the rig right now. You've got the Grim Reaper behind you. The cushion next to him as well. For a moment, it reminded me of our friends at Turner Motorsports. They have this wonderful blanket. That's a burrito blanket, a taco blanket. It reminds me kind of like that.
We also need blankets.
Oh yes, please. I use genuinely, Florian, that blanket from Turner Motorsports. It gets used every day. Every single day I use it. So
this is a very important idea. I think we definitely need blankets, and we need
onesie. Can I convince you to do a onesie?
Yeah. I mean, we are using one quite often for some content bits. Yeah, this is I used to fit in there, but then I grew after curry sausages.
Too many at the Nordschleifer.
So we're now hiring professional actors to play this role.
Okay, not Mike Yao to fill in for the beginning of the...
attack. Let him go.
Here comes Isaac Price on the outside. Now, Ibraheem Khan, you can already see the intention was clear to let the G2 Porsche go. The margin to Mitchell de Jong, 1.5 seconds with 4 laps complete in this 9-lap race. There's still plenty of time to go. Even if Ibraheem Khan gets passed by Mitchell de Jong, that would still see him move forward to semi-final 2.
Exactly, this is what I mean. So I think we should be quite safe here. But now we are in a situation again of maybe round 1 where Ibra also looked safe, and then it was about fighting for another position. So he needs to be really careful now with Isaac. So not to risk anything in this conversation there.
You have to hope that Isaac Price is just that tad quicker and going to be able to latch on to the back of potentially Bono House. 1.5 seconds, the gap between 4th and 3rd position up the road, or about that sort of range. Mitchell de Jong has closed to within around 1 second, though, of the back of Ibraheem Khan as he zips his way up towards Ascari. Can allow gravity to somewhat help you on the run into the braking zone. He's really close to the rear bumper of the Porsche. Gets a face full of the light bar on the rear diffuser of that machine. As the BMW M4 powers its way out of Ascari, it is ever closer, latching on to the back of the Guild Esports Audi. It was announced as well just this past month or past week or so at the BMW M4, which did debut in virtual form before it debuted in real competition. Well, it's now going to be, I don't want to say replaced, but evolved with the BMW M4 GT3 Evo, Florian. So a very cool evolution for BMW, and going to be cool to see how that car performs when it gets homologated and raced later on, probably in 2025.
Yeah, just great to see that BMW is so much committed to motor racing. Yeah, they develop the GT3 side and bring new cars and so on. I think this is true commitment, and we saw the car at the Nürburgring now for the first time with this new Inception livery on, so it really looks good. And I'm sure quite soon it will also show up in simulation platforms and so on. So we are eagerly awaiting to go racing with this machine. Yeah.
Yes, and I'm trying to look at some of these pictures of the M4 GT3 Evo and figure out what has changed. I'm sure there's engineers that will be able to figure that out a little bit better than me. All I can think is it looks really, really mean and aggressive, and it looks like it's going to go racing really, really fast as well. There's the regular BMW M4 GT3 on track, though, here in the world of Rennsport right now. The big red machine of Ibraheem Khan works out of Ascari. It will be 3 laps to go this time by. Mitchell de Jong is closing. He's not bringing Jamie Fluke with him, though, importantly, and so... remember, top 6 move on forward. That's all these drivers have got to think about, really. Yeah.
I mean, I feel sorry for Max Benecke, to be honest, our fellow BMW team driver. I think he was involved at the mess at the start, right? So he dropped back again. So quite an unlucky season for him so far. I think he won last round, but I think round 1 and this one was really unlucky for him.
And it's why, you come to turn 1 at Monza, you're always a little bit scared, just a little bit hesitant about what's going to happen. You can never say that you're going to head through the opening corner on lap 1 and get through safely with certainty. There's always a bit of risk and jeopardy involved, and hopefully the odds are ever stacked in your favor as you get onto the brakes and hope that those around you give you just enough racing room. Again, just 3 laps left to go, though, here for the big red machine before Ibraheem Khan has made his way into semi-final number 2. You can see that Isaac Price directly in front has not really made any headway on closing on the back of Bono House, and so Ibraheem Khan making the wise decision to not fight necessarily with Isaac Price, but every point that we do earn in these knockout races, in the semi-finals, in the final as well, it goes to the seeding ahead of the Esports World Cup later on this summer from the heart of Riyadh. It's the final chance these drivers have to try and accumulate some points and to better the seeding for the Drivers' Championship online round in a couple of weeks' time. So a little bit of a different focus. Ibra did mention when we chatted to him at Daytona in round 1 that Team Championship was very much what they were focused on, working together to try and do the best that they can in these first 3 rounds, and 6 different tracks to visit, of course. 6 very unique challenges to work your way through. 2 laps to go this time by Mitchell de Jong within 4 car lengths now. He's been closing steadily, has the American representing Porsche Coanda Esports, but with short time remaining. 2 laps to go. Not sure if he's got time to really make some moves.
And if it's right, what I'm reading just now, he received a 3-second penalty, Mitchell de Jong, so we are even safer, I would say.
Ooh. Yeah, because there's no way that you could pass 2 drivers, then pull 3 seconds, and that's the margin that you need effectively. Although Jamie Fluke's 2 seconds off the back of Ibraheem Khan, so he'd only need to be about a second in front of the big red machine with Mitchell to advance, but yeah, that's not enough time, I would say, to do anything. So now, does the driver know that? Has Ibraheem been told 3 seconds to the driver behind? You don't need to worry too much.
Hopefully. I'm sure Felix van Delft is on it.
Felix van Delft on the engineering duties behind the scenes, helping all of these drivers work their way through what is, might not seem like you need much help in a 9-lap race, but there's so much to think about in terms of when you should make these moves. We were discussing that with Robbie Stapleford as well, of course. help that you can get in your ear. Very, very crucial. Now, does Ibraheem want to make the move on Isaac Price? I think both of us, Florian, would say there's no need to. It's a point or two more. All it does is bring more risk.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It was funny. We just gifted 5 subs on the Twitch channel, and almost all of them went to BS competition drivers. Hooray!
Well, are we going to have to give out some more subs later today?
Yes.
Don't forget, we've got more semi-final action coming. We've got at least 2 drivers in, and Ibraheem Khan is on the final lap of his knockout race and might about to be making it 3 of the 4 BS drivers working forward. Now just has to survive. They're fighting behind. That's Daniel Pastor alongside of Max Benneker for 8th and 9th positions. Remember, Mitchell de Jong, the word that we've got, 3-second penalty for him. And so with this final lap to go, just a bit of a procession here for Ibraheem Khan to hold on to 5th.
Yeah, I would be so happy for him.
He's trying just to stay right there. You can see Mitchell de Jong also being closed on down by Jamie Fluke as well. Pace somewhat dropping off in the closing stages maybe from Isaac Price. Seen the gap open up to Bono House as well. And the finishing order here does not reflect in the starting order for the respective semi-finals. They qualify once again, and we heard from both Caique and Robbie that they kind of knew exactly where they wanted to make some improvements when they were going to go qualifying for the second time on the day. But as Thibaut Casabon, Jeffrey Rietveld at the front of the field, 1 and 2, fight amongst themselves, Bono House, and then Isaac Price, 3rd and 4th position in front of Ibraheem Khan. Mitchell de Jong is off into the gravel on the run out of Ascari, but as knockout 4 comes to an end, it's been a good day so far for the Zebra. 3 of 4 moving forward to the semi-finals, but the job's not done in the final round of the Team Championship. Here from the Temple of Speed, Ibraheem Khan, the big red machine, fighting next in the semi-final.
Come on. Well done, Ibra.
They're going to be a smile? Yeah, there we go.
Of course. Yeah, no, this is really good. Finally, he gets what he deserves, and he belongs into the semifinals for sure.
Did look a little bit stressed for a little bit there.
He's a doubter. You know what I mean? And, I think he only believes it when he sees it on screen, and then the pressure goes away. Come on, well done.
Don't go anywhere, Ibra. You've got to have a chat with us before we'll let you get out of the rig and relax for a moment. But confirmation that Jamie Fluke does end up moving forward at the expense of Mitchell de Jong. But that was all behind one Ibraheem Khan. Ibra, big bottle of water. How are you feeling right now? It's 5th position and 3 Zebras moving forward to the semi-final.
Ibra, well done.
Yeah, most importantly, this is a big thing for the team. Having 3 out of 4 in the semis is definitely, I think, a first for us. And I'm really happy that we've kept it clean so far. Unfortunately, Ferris, who 100% had the pace to make a final, even semi-final or final, couldn't make it through. But definitely a strong showing. I'm really happy. They've put in a lot of prep. It hasn't been the best for me. Just been struggling to get my eye in, but somehow we kept it clean, and I just made sure to hit my marks. And yeah, thankfully we made it through to a semi.
They let you cook, and cook you were able to do. Let's talk about the start. What was going through your mind as you saw, what was it? Initially around the outside, ascend from the Audi, then in front of you, Max Benneker suddenly spun around. You exit the first chicane, and there's a Mercedes that's going nowhere. Contact says they're almost 3 wide. I mean, it looked insane.
It was just a haze in my head for me. It was like I was in a bad dream. There was like 2 cars alongside, then a car in front of me, then a car alongside, and like, oh god, it was like the peak iRacing, like 2K lobby sort of hard racing. But it was nice that we didn't die, and I used my 5K iRacing experience of driving in these sort of lobbies, and yeah. I'm just really happy I made it through that, because it was so hectic. I didn't get the best launch. Something I need to look at for the semis for sure. And yeah, just had to keep it. I know I had Isaac behind. That kind of played on my mind a little bit, so I did let him get too close. But then I just used him to keep in his draft and to keep from the rest of them. Didn't want to. I know Robbie did a bit of beautiful racing to get his P6 against the other G2 car. I was like, nah, I ain't built like that. I've got P5. I'm good. I know what happened in Daytona, so I've got to keep a smart mind, and like you got to do in this series.
And probably for the best as well, because now you don't have to come and talk with us in semi-finals, and instead you get to go racing. What are you going to go do in this little bit of a break? What's the game plan to get yourself ready to go for the second semi-final later on?
First, finish half of this bottle of water. Probably practice my starts. Do maybe like a little race run just to get back in my flow, and move some one shots. Like Caique and Robbie are definitely on it, so maybe we'll do some stuff together. And yeah, just try and chill and not be too stressed out, because I think I tried to approach it with a bit more of a chill attitude this round, and it somewhat paid off because I didn't feel as strong as the first 2 rounds pace-wise.
One last thing, how big is that bottle of water? Because from the broadcast camera, it looks humongous.
It's only 2 liters. It's like that size. I have a pretty big head, so yeah, this is.
It is huge.
Yeah, so you can see me like drinking it like so. Yeah, it's a big old bottle of water, but it feels intense sim racing sessions that go late into the night with the guys. So yeah, it's for good cause.
Hydration is important. Well, Ibra, great race in knockout race 4. We'll see you in semi-final 2, trying to bring the Zebra forward to the finals.
All right, yeah. Thank you, Arjuna. Thank you, Florian.
Always great to catch up with Ibra after a race like that, which has put a smile on his face. And now, Florian, we do get a bit of a break, right? Race controls going off and finalizing a couple of things. We'll go off behind the scenes. The drivers will chat with the engineer. Sounds like start's going to be the focus for Ibraheem Khan before semi-finals, qualifying again. And it'll be Robbie Stapleford in semi-final number 1, rather Caique Oliveira in semi-final number 1, and then Robbie Stapleford and Ibraheem Khan in semi-final number 2.
2 zebras in 1 race. Well, what do we do now? Is it team orders stuff? I'm not used to this. Yeah, no, it's amazing. Really good day for the team, showing the progress. I had a good feeling going into the round, and now they confirmed it. Really sorry for Ferris. The pace was there. So next time the goal is 4 guys in the semis. But now let's take it and see if we get somebody into the final, and then anything's possible.
Well, we're going to step aside, take our break as well here on the BS team stream, but we'll be back in 30 minutes time or so. Practice going to begin for the drivers. They'll get unleashed for qualifying, and then semi-final action will take center stage here in the final round of the team championship of ESL R1's online rounds. Well, it's time to go racing in the semi-finals, and for the first time, there are 3 zebras ready to rock and roll. In the first of the 2 semi-finals, we'll see Caique Oliveira unleash before Robbie Stapleford and Ibraheem Khan go in semi-final 2. My name's Arjuna Kankipati. So glad you joined us here for the BS Competition team stream. Alongside me is Florian Haasper. Florian, we've had a bit of a break. We've gone and stepped aside. I've grabbed some food. The drivers have grabbed some more practice, and they're getting ready to go. How are you feeling with 3 zebras in the semi-final for the very first time?
Yeah, it's amazing. Zebra amazing, zebra awesome, whatever you name it. The only downside is I met Ferris outside. We had a brief chat, and yeah, he's really down, yeah, because he knew he had the pace to make it as well. To be honest, maybe the best pace even to make it as well. And so yeah, we talked to him, cheered him up because his time will come. Hopefully next round, then in the drivers' championship. But no, as a team result, to be honest, anything is possible today. Really happy that our measures are working, that we changed after last season, because we had so many learnings. We have coaches here that help the drivers to get the right mindset, and yeah, it's also good to have 2 drivers now here in our esports office, I would call it. So really small changes that we made, or not small, even big changes with getting Caique on board and so on. But have a really good feeling, really happy for the guys. This is the most important thing. I can live with a bad result, yeah, because I'm such an optimist, and this doesn't influence us as a team that we doubt anyone or anybody or any decisions that we made. But it's good to see that we are performing, and that we are there where I think we belong. And I think it's still just the beginning, and so much more to win and to show and to prove.
And we're here at Monza as well. Let's not forget. So right, the expectations are qualify decently, hope to stay out of trouble, because we know the action through the opening corner is going to be intense, and from there, how are you going to navigate your way through all of that? And of course, the main thing for Ferris, right, that we didn't get to see the race pace actually really reflected for him, was the qualifying slip-up, running off the track and getting the slowdown. And so that's, again, one of the pressures in the hyperpole qualifying that we're going to get unleashed for in a couple of minutes' time, right? So how do you navigate through all of that? And for the first time as well, Florian, when we get into the second semi-final, there'll be 2 teammates that can maybe work together and help each other out.
Yeah, this is a first. No clue how this will pan out. Yeah, but it. I mean, you know, there are two sides to it. I mean, worst case is they get together. Yeah, so hopefully they are not too close to each other. But I think it's just great to have 2 options in this field, and this is what's the core thing, and really happy about it. And yeah, and Caique. Yeah, I think Caique is so strong and strong enough to make it on his own, yeah. And so let's see what he can do in his semi-final.
Still in practice right now. They've got about 2 minutes left to go before they get unleashed for qualifying. And the order in which they finish practice is the order in which they go out for qualifying as well. So keep that in mind a little bit. Not to fight for necessarily, but just to keep in mind when it comes to how they run. With Caique right now in 6th out of the 12 drivers here in semi-final 2. We alluded to it slightly earlier as well, Florian, the fact that there is going to be a zebra that goes racing, well, in the real world in a few weeks' time, and we were discussing some of the looks that it had, and I think we have a teaser image potentially that we can show off of the car itself as well, as it continues just to get worked on. There it is. Ooh, it looks great already.
Yeah, I mean, now everyone has an idea of what we are doing over the weekend, next weekend, to be fair. And yeah, this is a dream come true. I mean, we have worked so closely and are still working closely with Turner Motorsport in the US. And now this sort of collaboration is expanded to Europe, now to Italy with Jakarta Racing, Phil Dennis' team. Yeah, more to come next week. I think we will get a crazy experience at Vallelunga, the season opener, and I cannot wait. But yeah, this is just a teaser, and the full car will be dream come true.
Can't wait to see how it looks out there in racing. And of course, we've had the BS Turner car the last handful of years. It won at Sebring last time out at early 2023. So looking forward to seeing how Phil gets on behind the wheel of that BMW. The practice session about to draw to a close, and Caique gets ready to go for the qualifying. So who all is in this respective semi-final? Well, reading off on screen, I can see Rogers, Collins, so 2 Porsche Coanda machines. I see Marcel Chinchik, then Luke Bennett, Dominic Blyer, James Baldwin, Oleg Zobolov, and Yuri Kastorp. So I think we might have 2 red line machines in this race as well. So we were discussing what might happen with the 2 Zebras when they are set out onto track for semi-final 2. A couple of teams as well thinking similar sort of thing when it comes to their drivers here in this respective semi-final. Just wait now. You can see Caique sitting there and just waiting to be unleashed. It's a nerve-wracking time, I think, for many. I always felt that I just wanted to go racing. I didn't want to sit there. Just let me go, Florian. Let me loose.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, waiting, I think this is the most horrible thing. Yeah? I mean, even when even with my poor race experience, whenever I have to wait, and then this tension builds, and this is where, experience can make a difference, preparation can make a difference, that the teams prepare the drivers, and the drivers prepare themselves for these situations to keep focused and to keep this focus over a long time. Yeah, I mean, what is Moritz doing? He's clapping his shoulder. Yeah, so some people have their own rituals there, but yeah, it's crucial to keep focused.
Yeah, I forgot how tight my sim racing rig was with its seat and everything yesterday. And my shoulders feel a little bit compressed today after doing a bit of driving. So important, these drivers, we talk a lot about mental, but even the physical side of things, keep yourself comfortable for the long amount of time that you leave yourself in these rigs. It's very important that you don't get uncomfortable, and more importantly, don't get injuries, which are a real threat in the world of sim racing. Moritz Lohner going to be first, though, in the qualifying order. Seems like we'll get a bit of a wait before Caique is unleashed out onto track. And remember that we're all trying to see if they'll end up potentially in the mid 46s. We saw low 47s, the norm for most drivers in qualifying. The fastest drivers going just that little bit quicker.
Yeah, I think a low 47 is needed, and if you manage to break into the 46s, then it's really good, and then you can fight. Caique has done it before. He can go quicker than he did in the first qualification, and this is what he also said when he chatted to us. So hopefully he gets it done a bit better this time even, and then he's up there.
You can hear the BMW M4 roar its way past on the run up towards Ascari. And so we have how many different BMWs in this field? Lohner, Bennett, Job, Oliveira, and that's it. So it's 4 BMWs or so to stack ourselves up against as continue just to run our way through these opening couple of drivers. Lohner, Bennett, and Kastorp going to be the first 3 across the board. That second sector time was not terrible from Moritz Lohner, but as we jump back on over into a look with Caique as he heads out of the final corner to set up the lap. Already Bennett and Moritz Lohner have set their time, split by a handful of tenths of a second as well, and only Luke Bennett into the 146s in the early stages of the qualifying session. Here goes Caique, though, off and away for the lap.
Yeah, now it's crunch time, and let's see. Again, the guessing game. To wait
so
for the
hard.
first sectors. Yeah.
Especially since they've changed his camera, right? So now we can't see his face. It's got a fan next to it. Maybe that's why. Maybe they had to move the camera to get some airflow onto him. How warm is it in the sim racing office, Florian?
It's not too bad. I mean, I have the feeling that sim racers have a different perception of temperatures. So when I think it's totally hot and I would be sweating like hell, then they are still, oh yeah, it's nice here. And so I think they're used to different conditions.
being told that the camera is still there somewhere. It's just we've lost the connection to it. So at least we have this backup camera. Dominic Blyer and Yuri Kastup also into the 46s. 46.9s for the pair of them. Luke Bennett in the 46.8. So Caique said he could get down maybe to a 46.7, 46.8 if he put it all together. Has he been able to do it so far? As through Ascari, that's nice and tidy, about as far out as you would want to sweep. Now, the main problem with not having the face cam is we don't get the reaction as to what's happening around every corner. So totally clueless what happens as out of the final corner, the yellow, green, and however else colored machine it is for BS competition heads out of the final corner. You watch the hands at work, having to snap back into a very neutral position as the rear end rotates around.
P2.
32 to P2.
Come on, man.
What a time. Caique knew he could do it, and he puts a 46.9 together once again.
And I love this super replay.
Let's go. This will be a super replay to enjoy. Dominic Blyer, a bit of a slowdown penalty, apparently, even with that time that's put him third on the board. That's quite impressive. Here comes our man himself, the Brazilian, out of Ascari.
Yeah. He got so motivated when he met Augusto Farfus, you know, like his fellow Brazilian Team WM driver, to put it like this. And maybe this is the extra boost he's using here.
It's always cool as well to see how these drivers, you know, are able to perform. You know, they talk about the lap times, and especially in competitions as close as this, those lap times are split by such fine margins. He's 1,000th quicker than Sebastian Job. Crazy.
Ooh. This is something.
That's how you know it's a good lap.
This is, yeah, then you know it's a good lap.
3 BMWs at the top as well, so clearly we'll see them try and figure out this relative BOP strength in the race trim together, although Charlie Collins inserting himself into the mix, and that's one Porsche Coanda onto the board. Here comes the other, sometimes known as the king of qualifying, Josh Rogers, next to the final corner.
Yeah, he's a threat. Good middle sector.
After him, Yuyovsky, Baldwin, Chinchik, Sobolov, 2 Vitality machines. Still got one of those Guild Esports cars to run to the line, but short distance, of course, for Josh Rogers. And it will be a jump to the top for him, a 46.737. I mean, Caique's time still stands up great, but with 4 drivers still left to come, remember, top 6 still the target here to make it to the final.
Yeah, I mean, I said it before, 46 would be needed. This is what Caique delivered, and now he's able to fight for sure, even if the other 4 should be quicker, which I don't think. So, yeah, absolutely what we needed. But Rogers, a 46.7, crazy, yeah.
I mean, look how close these times are as well. It's what, 9 drivers split by just over 0.3 of a second, and crazy. I mean, this is blink and you miss sort of margins between the drivers. They cannot afford any sort of slip up. Here comes Baldwin. We know how quick he can be. Made the switch over to the Audi for this season, of course, representing Guild Esports. It's just Chinchik and Zobolov, remember, left to come after this on the road to the Esports World Cup. The final chance for some of these drivers, potentially. Baldwin to 6. That means Oliveira going to start inside of the top 6.
Yeah, which is good.
Chinchik has seen Yuyovsky struggle already, but the Audi clearly not slow by any means, given that Baldwin within 0.2 of what Josh Rogers was able to put together. But here he comes out of the final corner, that middle sector, maybe around 1/10 off of where Chinchik would have wanted it to be. See him try and cut down towards the timing line. Where does he jump? Jumps to 2nd.
Good lap. Also 46.7, yeah, absolutely smashing it, but Oleg got a slowdown, I think, or a penalty.
Yeah, that red, I'm not quite sure what the red bar is. All I know is that 2nd sector, not necessarily one that I think to be too concerned with in terms of challenging up towards the front, as out of the final corner, final car to the line. And here comes Oleg Zobolov to see with the field of 11 currently split by 0.3. Where does he go? And indeed, it was out of Ascari, bit of a penalty. But no such concerns or qualms for, well, that man there, Josh Rogers, who grabs pole. Caique Oliveira, though, in a great spot inside of the top 6 to make his way on forward to the final here in the final chance of the team championship.
Yeah, absolutely a position to fight, and it's such a strong semi-final, so many big names in there. So he really got the lap together, and yeah, cannot wait to see what he will be doing in the race.
There's a bit of a discussion as well that we had with Ibraheem Khan about dropping the clutch and getting off the line pretty well. So the question will be for him in particular is, has he had the chance to talk to Caique, learn a little bit from what Caique maybe has been doing, vice versa, as Caique talked to any of the other drivers, even Ferris, even if he hasn't made it forward, we know where the speed could have brought him. Has there been any learnings to take forward from the respective knockout races before the semi-final? 25 seconds before they get set to go racing. How are the nerves, Florian, right now with 3 zebras ready to go? I'm sure a little bit of nerves to hope at least one gets to the final.
For sure. I mean, if you make it to the semi, then you also want to make it to the final. And the thing is, everything is so close. So it is all about getting your laps together in quali, which Caique now did. And now there's absolutely no reason why we shouldn't make it. But it will be a tough race. It will be a tough turn 1 as usual. But so far we've been lucky, I would say, in the long run, not getting, let's say, involved in any incidents that we normally are on the losing end. Yeah, but today we benefited. So yeah, let's keep it up and get one zebra in, and then the rest is just more fun. Yeah.
Gary Player once said, the more I work and practice, the luckier I seem to get. And I go back to that quote so often in the world of sim racing, where your practice time is infinite and you've got to figure out how best to make use of that time. Caique Oliveira sits in 5th position, ready to go. Sebastian Job alongside, and the drop of the clutch is going to be relatively important in terms of getting them down into turn number 1. Off and away for semi-final 1, final round before the road leads us to Riyadh, and the team championship seedings are locked and loaded. It was a good jump from Job, not such a great start from Oliveira, and Job's going to challenge to the inside of Charlie Collins.
Who is coming
out of
there?
nowhere, coming from behind. Dominic Beyer sends a couple of cars through the shortcut. Collins going to slow down. Oliveira going to have to slow down as well, but I think for the time being, still inside of the top 6. Rise the zebra.
Yeah, could be relatively lucky here, hopefully. Don't think that there was nothing clean from Caique's end, but what kind of send was this from Dominic?
That was a big send, maybe missing the braking zone slightly, unfortunately, but I think the good thing is no one getting tangled up really as a result of it. You can see as they filter through the first of the Lesmos inside of the front 6 positions as they run. It's only Luke Bennett and Marcel Chinchik that have swapped around. Sebastian Job and James Baldwin swapping for 6th and 7th as well. No real changes outside of that, at least in front of the pack. Down towards the back, of course, maybe a bit more chaos and chopping and changing. To Ascari, though, onto the brakes. Look at that pedal input on the bottom of your screen if you want to see how smooth and precise these drivers are with every little thing that they're doing. Oliveira just now trying to keep within drafting range of those 4 drivers in front to avoid the pressure building from Baldwin and Joe behind.
Yeah, especially Seb won't be happy about P7, but yeah. But Caique has what it takes, if we're a bit lucky, then we maybe can keep the draft or get back to the draft here. This would be very helpful, but let's see. I still can't get over this scent. I mean, this is how I would drive it.
As you experienced back at Daytona not that long ago. On board with Oliveira still, as you see Chinchik and Collins battling into turn 1, and look how much Oliveira closes up under the brakes. This is exactly what he would have wanted. He's latched onto the tail end of the draft. Only problem is, so have Baldwin, Joe, Sobolov, and Kastorp. This train, the choo-choo train, goes all the way back to 9th position. And I think this is one where the fighting is going to be a lot more fierce, a lot more intense. Remember, you got teammates that can work together. Bennett's gone to the lead momentarily with Rogers now 2nd for Porsche Kawanda, Charlie Collins 4th. You've got, of course, Luke Bennett 1st, Sebastian Job 7th for Team Redline. And then Caique Oliveira for BS Plus competition all by himself in 5th spot.
Just one long train, and yeah, I think it's good to be in a train here, yeah, and not to be on your own totally. And so it's all about keeping the draft, and then yeah, certainly there will be attacks or some kerfuffles afterwards. But from now, yeah, could be worse.
Might see some argy-bargy sooner rather than later in terms of this race as well. Let's not forget, still 9 laps. It's not very long, not very short. It's that sort of sweet spot in terms of really bring out the most of the drivers, but not necessarily bring out the most physicality. Heading down to the Parabolica, lap 2 of those 9. All of these drivers still in the train, and Baldwin and Joe very, very close to one another. Remember, top 6 advance, but points paid out for every single position. They're going to swap and change at the front, you've got to assume as well, with Luke Bennett and Josh Rogers. Only a car length at most, splitting the 2 of them off of the corner. It's tense right now. All you've got to do, though, is settle into the rhythm, make the right decision at the right time, and Caique bleeds off the throttle and doesn't go for the inside down into turn 1.
Yeah, he's absolutely up there. He's in the mix. Calm and collected.
And Baldwin and Joe maybe fighting behind, going to cost each other just a little bit of time. There you go. Sebastian Jobe's new haircut slides him through up to 6th position.
Yeah. But every fight helps us.
Every fight also, though, just increases the desperation of some of those further behind, because I did see Yuri Kastorp alongside of Oleg Zobolov. Have they lost draft? That might now mean that James Baldwin not looking in the rearview mirrors, only looking forward to try and attack not just Jobe up in 6th, but Oliveira, Collins, Chinchik. Everyone up the queue has got to be a target as you fire your way through into the midway part of this first semi-final. And again, remember, after this race, one more semi-final to come where Robbie Stapleford, Ibraheem Khan for BS competition will be out there in action. And then the final in ESL R1. Another race where points are up for grabs, but first you've got to get there to finish inside of the top 6. Sebastian Jobe drops slightly off the back through all of that fighting. He's closed back up though in that subsequent lap, and you can see that BMW M4 in the rear view shot from Oliveira in the draft and closing just that little bit more. We'll be done with 3 laps this time by. 4th lap about to tick on over, and as it sits right now, Oliveira comfortable. You can see the margin back as well to Yuri Kastorp.
Yeah, for now, everything's according to plan. I mean, having Sebi behind you is always a threat, but yeah, but the good thing is Sebi is in P6, so he's also sort of sorted. Of course, he has the pressure of James Baldwin, but I think for a few laps now will be quite calm, and then the madness will begin.
Got to think as well for Caique, this would be, you know, best result of the season to get up into the final. There's a lot on the line here to be able to work your way on forward. Again, seeding is the main topic for these drivers. That was a bit wide from Charlie Collins. Out through the second chicane. Doesn't even have to go that defensive. Oliveira not going to force the issue. Heads up driving, of course. In the... How many different colors are on this car, Florian? I was trying to count them when we're looking at some of the TV cameras.
I don't know. We have to ask Juandi about it. iLiveries. So probably 5 or 6. I don't know. But it's, you know, it's this mix of a bit of Turner, a bit of Brazil, a bit of Copacabana, and all that. Yeah. So this is how we are.
It's got a bit of everything in it, and some of the liveries that the eNASCAR team have been getting have been very, very cool. You know, we had Throwback week at Darlington. We had the patriotic schemes for the Charlotte race before that as well. So it's really cool to see Juan and everything that he's doing to make all of these things unique. I still think back to the art car, the Demon car that we ran all those years ago.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the Demon car, and now we have Ritomo Miyata still on board, you know, the Toyota driver who's now all over the place in real world racing. Then we have Rion Hayashi in the Gran Turismo spot, so we have also Japanese drivers who can race this livery.
Demon maybe going to other platforms sooner rather than later. That's a bold move from Seb, and I think Oliveira's going to give him the spot. pressure now, unfortunately, because James Baldwin in 7th has got Oliveira as the target to get up into the top 6 and to grab a spot in the final.
Yeah, now, yeah, everything is wide open, I would say. I mean, Sebi ahead, he will have the pace to, yeah, keep or to stay in the train, obviously, and not. But I think he will not pull away, so it will come down to this fight for P6 until the very last lap and the last corner, probably. Let's see.
And we've already seen that you've got to plan out when you're going to make these moves. Robbie Stapleford was very brave. Ibraheem Khan said he wasn't willing to be so brave when we chatted with him after his respective knockout race. So where's Caique's mindset? Where's the path going to take him as he tries to channel his inner force? Just a little bit wide for Seb, but it was just such a high amount of speed that he carried through the corner. You could definitely tell that Sebi's trying to push and bridge the gap back up to Charlie Collins and the front 4 drivers as they close in on 4 laps to go this time by. It's James Baldwin, Caique Oliveira, a one-on-one for the final spot in the final.
Yeah, on the one hand, it's good that we're in this position. On the other hand, I would have loved that we have, I don't know, kept 5th. But it's just impossible to keep a roaring Sebastian Job behind you. But yeah, Caique is here in the draft, so he's not making the move. But yeah, he has something up his sleeve for the final laps as well. So let's see. Could be wise for him at the or during the final lap that by attacking Sebi, he's making it a bit harder for James to make his move. So let's see. Could be a chain reaction.
I've got some nicknames for you, Florian, for this car.
Oh yeah.
The Samba Strider.
The Samba Strider. Samba is a good thing. Strider, I don't know.
Okay, Rio Racer. No, I don't like that one either, don't worry. Okay, I don't like the rest of these ones either, but I'm just going to say it. Copacabana Charger, Carnival Comet, Amazon Blitz.
Copacabana Cobra. Copacabana is a good thing. I think this is positive. Caipirinha. Caipirinha is rather my thing, you know. Caipirinha, whatever.
We've come up with a very long... You remember when it was trying to give us the nickname Zesty Zebra Zoomer? We've gone 3 different... we're trying to go long nicknames here. I didn't realize that Robbie calls himself the BS Stapler.
Yeah. Yes. BS Stapler is nice. Oh, well, Alex came up with a great one.
Ooh, Caipirinha.
Caipirinha. This is it. Sorry, this is the one.
There you go. That's the nickname for the car as... 3 laps to go. James Baldwin still sat behind Caipirinha, who's dribbling his way around Monza pretty successfully right now. Another decent lap time, all things considered as well. I mean, the train goes up to the leader. There's no breakaway by any means amongst any of these drivers. Might come down to sheer willpower. Seb's still a little bit far behind, or further behind Charlie Collins that he may wanted to have been. And they all, concertina up, accordion up as they get onto the brakes. They then stretch on out as they power their way out of their first complex of corners, sweeping through Curva Grande. Caique's closing. He's closing on the back of Seb once again. At some point, he may be thinking, I have to go on the offense as my best form of defense, but we're not at that point just yet, I think.
No, not yet, but I think this indeed could be the strategy. Yeah? I mean, because then even if they're 2 wide, then James would have to make it 3 wide. So yeah, but who am I to predict overtaking strategies? Yeah? But yeah, but now it looks a bit like the gap is increasing, so we have to be careful now.
Find out sooner rather than later, because with the short time remaining, Caipirinha goes defensive. Blocks the inside up towards Ascari. Just got to get a good slingshot out of here. Just get a good run. Latch onto the back of Sebastian Job. Heading down to the Parabolica. You can still see the race leader Josh Rogers, Luke Bennett, Marcel Chinchik, and then Charlie Collins, the rest of the top 4. Seb Job has joined them. Oliveira in danger potentially of being dropped, and so off into turn 1 for the penultimate time this time by. James Baldwin going to be hungry, trying to fight his way on forward. Caipirinha going to be trying to place his car exactly where he wants it to be to try and fend off the challenge that's going to come from the rearview mirror.
It's gonna be a thriller. There he is.
Pokes alongside, pulls alongside as well. Now, outside of the track gives you the insight into the second part of the chicane. Baldwin tries to open up the corner, and this is where, on the inside line, Baldwin a little bit sideways, contact on exit. Oliveira holds on, but at the expense of time. They've lost the draft of those in front, so a lap and a half to hold on.
Oh yeah, this is tough.
This is nail-biting stuff, I tell you. Baldwin back alongside. Surely not going to try and force it the long way around here. Oliveira slams the door shut on that potential move, but with the gap now having grown, it is officially up to 1.3 seconds to Sebastian Job. Yuri Kastorp's only 1.5 off the back of Caique Oliveira, so as it sits right now, rear view mirror is the priority, the focus, the blocks have to be the priority out of Lesmo 2. Pretty decent run, and this is where Baldwin tried to make a move a lap ago.
Yeah, I mean, looks like he will try it again. No.
Now backs out of it. Good. Helps them in their quest to try and prevent Yuri Kastorp from joining the fray, and Baldwin over the curbs out wide, lost a whole bunch of time, and getting ready to tick on to the final lap of the race. Has that crucial margin just been established?
And on top of it, I just read a race control message that James Baldwin received a 5-second time penalty to exceeding incident points limit.
Then it's done. It's over.
You have a chance.
Is on his way to the final. One more lap to hold on, though.
We have to check that Caique Oliveira doesn't have any meaning that we don't want, but like BS, you know, when we started it, so we didn't look this up properly. But Caique Oliveira should be fine, yeah. It's just a very, very alcoholic drink with speed.
Yeah, I can't think of anything that would be wrong with that. No, I'm searching online right now and I cannot find anything, so I'm confident. And we'll have a chat with him afterwards, and we'll run the nickname by him. We'll see what he thinks about it. Baldwin has been passed by Yuri Kastorp, just by the way, so it's not completely over. Caique has still, of course, got to get to the end, and they are starting to fight a bit more in front of him, getting a bit more unnerved by what I'm seeing. The side-by-side through the first Lesmo, continuing out through the short chute before Lesmo 2 spits them on the run towards Ascari. It is still Luke Bennett from Josh Rogers. Charlie Collins has gone up to third, though. Porsche Kawanda may be working together. Hopefully, no smoke or slip-ups in front to Ascari for the final time.
No. Would be absolutely unnecessary. So, should be fine.
A Zebra is going to the final, and Caique Oliveira's done it. He's dribbled his way around Monza and slammed his way into the final. The final chance in that team championship as well. Some momentum to bring to the forefront for these drivers into the Drivers' Championship as well. But as they battle in front, as clean air in front and behind for Caique Oliveira in the yellow, blue, green, multicolored BS competition machine, making his way to the final for the first time in 2024.
Come on! How good was that?
Oh, I wish we could see the face cam right now. We saw the fist in the air.
Yeah.
We're going to send off
wow. Yeah.
someone into the studio to get that camera turned on.
Yeah, is it okay that I leave for a second and give him a hug?
Go give him a hug. Oh, what amazing scenes. We'll see on the camera Florian pop in a moment's time. This is amazing. This is what this team environment is meant to be about as well at the end of the day. There they go. There's a celebration. Both Caique and Ferris racing from the BS competition sim racing office. And I can only imagine the celebration that's going to be had tonight. Many Zebrus and sunsets going to be broken out. And boy, what a celebration it will be. There goes Florian. Sitting down back in his seat as the rest of the team goes off to congratulate him. And we've got the webcam fixed as well. Caique Oliveira has made his way to the final. Still getting the congratulations. Oh, how are you feeling right now, Caique?
Mate, it was more intense than I expected, but I'm really glad to be in the final again now with BS, and yeah, it's just amazing. I actually was so tight because we were pushed off. The start was crazy as usual, and I mismanaged a little bit my off tracks, and I had like one off track for 3 laps fighting with James. So I think James was in the same position, and when he made the mistake, I screamed like almost I won a race because it was so tight. I lost the draft. It would be really a dogfight, and I came up. I was lucky and fortunate to be in 6th. And quali was a bit better. It's hard to nail the lap on, I don't know how, but yeah, I'm glad to be on the mix like 4 P5. Still P5, and yeah, another final. Now, like, we go all in, nothing to lose.
Nothing to lose indeed. You don't have to be worried about top 6 or not making your way on forward. I've got to also ask as well, you say you shouted like you'd never shouted before when you saw James run a little bit wide through Ascari. What was the feeling like when you came across the line as well? Because you saw them fighting a bit in front of you as well, but you were still in the thick of things. So let's be honest, heading into the race, you managed the off tracks a little bit better in the finals. There's a chance, isn't there? You could be up towards the front.
100%. Every opportunity, every race is an opportunity to fight for win, and I mean, yeah, I'm locked in. Just enjoy the other zebras in the semifinal too. Keep cooking some good quali. Actually, my quali lap was really decent. Just Ascari, the left-hander, that took a 10.5 almost. So, but other than that, I'm really confident to put the cars there. And everybody's struggling just as me. It's not that I'm far off in quali and also in race. It's hard to drive behind cars in Ascari. I'm struggling a little bit, but I got more courage and I'm breaking more deeper, and for sure will be entertaining, that's for sure. So yeah, enjoy.
We'll let you watch semi-final 2 and get ready to go for the finals. Great drive, Caique. Still 1 race left to go.
Let's go. Ciao, ciao.
We didn't even get to ask him. Wait, Caique, before you run away,
yeah,
we have a new nickname for you.
Okay.
At least for the car. Caiqueirinha.
Caiqueirinha. Just like Ronaldinho.
There you go.
Let's go.
Do you like it?
I like it. Yeah, it's okay.
There we go. We had to get your approval.
Yeah, mate. It's open doors, everything. Yeah, it's just amazing. Yeah, thank you for the nickname. Yeah, I liked it.
Awesome. Well, we've got one of the cars nicknamed now. Thanks for joining us, Caique. We'll see you in the final. And Florian, one zebra moves on forward. Now, 2 more still left to run in semi-final number 2.
It's Christmas Day for us, or is it Easter or whatever? It's really good. And to be honest, to me it's no huge surprise because I knew that the guys would be able to do it. But then you have to execute it. And I mean, if James is a bit closer and makes the move and doesn't get the penalty or whatever, so things can always happen in sports, in motor racing, that you don't exploit your full potential. But it feels this is why it feels so good when you manage to, and so it's a great day for us, and having 2 more chances now with Ibra and Robbie, stunning. Yeah, and I think at least one of them will make it, hopefully both. This would be a big day for us.
Sounds like Race Control doesn't have too much to review as well from semi-final 1. So semi-final 2 moments away from practice and then qualifying getting underway. But don't go anywhere here on the BS Competition team stream. We'll be right back to see Robbie Stapleford and Ibraheem Khan out in action for semi-final 2. And welcome back along to the BS Competition ESL R1 team stream. It's the final stop off in the online round for the team championship before all roads lead to Riyadh and to the Esports World Cup. Already one driver has made their way into the final, Caique Oliveira from the BS team. Two more drivers have a chance in the second and final semi-final, Ibraheem Khan and Robbie Stapleford. You can see Robbie Stapleford on the top, Ibraheem Khan on the bottom, now just waiting to be unleashed out on track for qualifying. It's Arjuna Kankipati alongside our Florian Haasper inside of the BS Competition sim racing office, and now ready to cheer on the two final drivers and see if they can join Caique Oliveira inside of the final. And one by one, you can see the drivers rolling off. A nervy time right now for the drivers just sitting there and waiting, though. Seems like they're on their phone and scrolling through, I don't know, social media or something.
Thank God we have now two webcams going.
Two different drivers to look at.
Absolutely.
And hopefully we get three in the final, right? That's the dream.
Oh, well, this is the big dream.
There'll be too much to look at then. My eyes will be more focused on the drivers than on the racing itself, I think. But I think we're getting ready for Ibra to go. Never mind. Let's jump back on over, I believe, to the world feed. So this is the super replay as Thibaut Casabon comes to the line and starts the qualifying lap.
So who do we have here? We have Casabon, we have Price, we have Fluke, we have Toman, we have Dumbeats, we have Warren, Riedfeld, Siggy, who is. So from just the names, and this is very noob style analysis, I think there's a chance as well. Yeah?
You've got the two red line cars again. Remember, already seen Sebastian Job advance alongside of Luke Bennett. We saw Chinchik advance, so there are some team drivers that maybe are going to be thinking, right, let me go and join my teammates. Fluke and Hearth can work together. I think that is maybe the most crucial and key thing here, the fact that teammates can potentially work together. Isaac Price is by himself, Christopher Dambeats is by himself, so is Dane Warren and Bono House. This could be a rather strategic and tactical semi-final.
Yeah, could be. At least with a few non-attack treaties. So I don't know the English term, but let's see how the grid turns out. I think this is the crucial bit. I mean, if the teammates are not close together, then they also have no chance to team up. But at least we also have a chance to work together now, having two cars in there. So let's see.
So here we go in terms of times. I think this will be a low 47 from Thibaut Casabon. Don't expect it to drop down into the 46.9s based on, well, those stint times, sector times rather. The middle sector, maybe expect that to be a couple of tenths lower, but can he spring a surprise on me? The answer is no. 147.016, just shy. And already it seems as though Yuri Toman may have found those 16 thousandths in the Vitality by R8G machine. And so next up, let's see exactly where Yuri Toman can place himself. Then Dambeats, House, Siggy, Price. Going to be a bit of a while before we get the first of our Zebras across the line and slot them onto the board. But two team cars will be represented now on the timing tower, and Yuri Toman has indeed jumped down to a 46.8. Not a great middle sector, not a great run out of Ascari for Christopher Dambeats. He's not happy in that BMW for Maus.
No, good lap by Jiri, but same here. I mean, if you break the barrier to the 46s, then you are really well placed. A low 47 is also good. Let's see what the other guys do. Now Chris looks, that it's will rather be a higher 47.
I think mid 47, 47.
Oh, well.
Yeah, 47.2. That's still better than Bono House is going to set in as he spins out of Ascari. A little bit of a surprise there. Here we go, though. Finally get to see the BS machine across the line. And it's the big red machine of Ibraheem Khan that gets underway. Stretches out the jaw, scratches off something, and here he goes. Time lap begins.
Time for Ibra Kadabra.
And time for Ibra to cook once more. Onto the brakes. Gonna find that reference on the left-hand side and then sweep it in. Use as much of the curb as you dare. A, to avoid unsettling the car, but B, maybe more importantly, avoid getting a shortcut and an off track at that point so early on in the lap. He heads out through Curva Grande, up through the gears, trying to bring every torque and bit of power he can from the engine before he gets onto the brakes once again, this time down into that second chicane, and that first sector, not terrible from Ibraheem Khan. It's a 30. It's a mid-5, more importantly, which is, I think, right around where you would expect to be in this BMW.
Yeah, I think so too. So, job done so far. Second sector will be crucial now. Then we will know a bit more.
Is he going to be able to get into the mid-5s again? The higher you are in this middle sector, I always feel like it puts a bit more pressure on you to try and find more time in that final sector. And so as he comes up towards Ascari, it's trending towards right now probably a 47.1, 47.2 again for Ibra, but we'll see if he's able to find some more speed as he cycles out of Ascari. It was a pretty good run, maybe not as out wide and floating with the gravel as you would have wanted to be, but no risk associated with the line that was taken. Into the Parabolica just to carve your way through this final corner and pick up the throttle as early as you can. He had to trail in a bit more brake than I think he would have wanted to. Delayed him getting back onto the power. We'll bring it onto the right-hand side of the track. You can see the slight disappointment. I think the expectation should be it's a mid-47, and indeed puts him into 8th position, only faster than the spinning Bonner House. And so now Jamie Fluke and Robbie Stapleford next up in qualifying. Where can Robbie go in the Tangerine Teal machine? I don't know, I've lost the nickname there.
Tangerine Orange Super Machine.
I tried. It wasn't a very good nickname. So this middle sector from Robbie is about the same as Ibra. The first sector was a little bit quicker though. So as Jamie Fluke finds himself onto the board in 3rd position, can Robbie Stapleford make his way into the top 6 with just Isaac Price left to go after this? Out of the final corner to come. Bit of a shake of the head already. I don't think this is going to be exactly what he wants to see in terms of raw ultimate lap time, but there you go. You can see the puff of the cheeks. Pops himself in front of Christopher Danby's
P8.
8th position. Now where will Isaac Price go? Grab the super replay of all of this in a few moments' time as well, as qualifying gets ready to draw to a close. There comes Jamie Fluke. Remember, he's going to jump up to 3rd. Robbie Stapleford will then go to 8th. It's the G2 Porsche of Isaac Price that we've got the questions about as we see Robbie up towards the final corner.
Yeah, probably both won't be happy with their lap times. I mean, this is 1 or 2 tenths off.
It's going to leave them with some work to do and for having to fight their way through the field, but we saw how close the field ended up being in the first semi-final. It was quite difficult to really make moves stick and to really carve your way up through the field. So here comes Isaac Price. Where's this Porsche going to go? First sector and second sector, a little bit slower than what I think Robbie was doing. Might put him into the ballpark with Ibraheem Khan. Let's see, let's find out. Onto the power. And that screaming Porsche engine roars to the line. Just to the side of the podium. And it's just slower than Robbie Stapleford, 8,000 slower. And so Yuri Toman grabs pole. Robbie Stapleford 8th, Ibraheem Khan in 11th. Some work to do for the Zebras to make it to the top 6 and to advance to the final.
Yeah, but now we need the racecraft again of the 2 guys, especially of Robbie. He has proven it quite a few times this season. Ibra can do it as well. So still nothing lost, I would say.
And it's the chaos of turn 1 that maybe now presents the most intriguing, I say, opportunities, but risks at the same time, if we're being honest. How are you going to pick your way through all of the drama that is sure to follow? Well, some of these drivers have the engineers and spotters in their ears just to help and coach them through some of these various situations. They're getting some practice right now in the thick of traffic. Caique was saying that he was struggling a little bit following behind cars through Ascari. That's what Robbie Stapleford has with the Mouse machine and the fellow BMW for Team Redline directly in front. It's a final chance to get themselves ready to go. Ibra, by the way, still has the Grim Reaper looking over his shoulder.
Yeah, it's I don't know, maybe sharing the flat with, though.
We spend way too much time, Florian, looking at the backdrop of people's sim racing rooms.
Yeah, I mean, Robbie's looks really decent. Yeah, I mean, he I think yesterday he received our model car. So you know, this BS competition machines custom made by George Simmons. Big shout out to him. I think what he's doing is fantastic. Yeah, he's connected to McLaren in F1 and to Apex in the sim world. But what he does here for the BS competition crew with his modeling is just amazing. Yeah, so big props to him.
And I've got one of the George Simmons specials of my own cars. What amazing work that he does do indeed. Here we go. Engines are revving. Drivers, watch for the lights, and we're ready to go for semi-final 2. What can Robbie Stapleford and Ibraheem Khan do with Caique Oliveira already watching on from within the safe confines of the final? Off and away we go. Turn 1 at Monza. We know the drama this can bring, and you've got to make sure you're on the right side of the chaos. Ibraheem Khan fends off the challenge at Bono House. Robbie Stapleford watches around the outside. Isaac Price challenges. 3 wide in front. Will it end in tears for some? The answer is no. One driver, yes, is off into the gravel, and 3 wide on corner exit, but all 12 still pointed in the wrong direction, and Stapleford with nowhere to go. Track completely blocked in front of him, and through Curva Grande, he almost steps out 4 wide, trying to find his way through the grass and find some clean air. This is madness. Khan to the inside of the Mouse BMW, fighting as well with Bono House. Stapleford's off into the gravel, contact with one of the Coanda Porsches. This is madness. And as Robbie loses out, Ibraheem Khan sequences on through, but the Zebras are down at the back and with some work to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Not sure what this fighting is all about there.
It's crazy. This is insanity. Robbie's still got like a half smile on his face right now. Danger is Yuri Toman, Kevin Siggy, Johan Harth. I wonder if they are going to start separating themselves up towards the front of the field. Remember, top 6 make it through to the final.
Yeah, I mean, this start definitely didn't work out for us. I mean, making it 4 wide there of some people, interesting. Could never gonna work. I think Robbie also got a decent push there to from one of the Porsche drivers. Yeah, so let's see.
Let's see what race control has to say about all of that as well. That will be a fun thing for them to try and get through, and of course Florian going to helpfully give us an update if anything does get inserted onto the sheet. So Robbie Stapleford now in front of Khan. Jamie Fluke down at the very back of the field after having a bit of an incident in the Apex Racing Team Mercedes. Stapleford closes up under the brakes as Christopher Dambeats is battling in front. I think that's with Bono House off the corner. Pretty good exit for Stapleford. Going to challenge alongside of Dane Warren. You can see him tap the brakes, though. Doesn't think he's going to get the move done. That Porsche has a lot of speed in a straight line.
Yeah, just see that Jamie Fluke got a drive-through due to false start. So this could... Well, Jamie Fluke is 12th. Okay.
Yeah, would have had to drop to the back, I think, as a result of that. So stays out of the way, stays out of trouble as well. Now, doesn't really help too much, though, because there's still plenty of cars to fight your way through. You've got to get through Warren, Dambeat, House, and that's before you're even inside of the top 6. That just gives you the chance to fight for the top 6. So we're on the second of 9 laps. One by one, Robbie's got to start making these moves.
How's the gap between P6 and P7? Is this something where a fight could brew up at least, or I can't see it probably?
I'm looking up the road, and I'm not necessarily seeing... Yeah, it's a bit larger than maybe you would want to see right now in terms of a margin. But it's still early stages of this race. Just takes a couple of little fights here and there to find yourself in the thick of the fight. Jeffrey Rietveld is not far off of Bono House, who that's the gap between 6th and 7th. Isaac Price is up into 5th spot after carving through all of that chaos, apparently with the best success. and he has got the margin back to Jeffrey Rietveld. But across the line, now start watching that delta. Every single corner, watch, can Robbie Stapleford get the best exit possible, and how will that all work out?
Yeah, it was a nice surprise here, because our cleaners entered the office, so this is also what is part of the BS competition headquarter life. So at least all the trash is gone now.
And at least it didn't happen while Caique was racing, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
That would have been interesting. I still remember when I used to race, I used to kick everyone out of my apartment. If I had family staying with me, I'd say go and stay with other family that's near me so I can focus on the race, because I got very, very easily distracted by any little bit of movement.
Yeah, I think in round one we did something like a beginner's mistake, because we wanted to fix one of the cameras, and Caique told us that this is not supposed to happen at the time, and we learned from it, and so we are still learning to have real drivers in our real office here.
So it's a different experience, that is for sure, as Robbie still sits in 10th behind Dane Warren, who's putting the pressure on to Christopher Dambeats. Then slightly up the road, you find Bono House, not far up then to Jeffrey Rietveld, but only one real spot right now up for grabs in terms of the finals. Ibraheem Khan sits directly behind Robbie Stapleford in the draft, and both of these machines just plodding and waiting. Even if they don't make it through to the finals at the end of the day, both of them making it through to the semi-final. The first time that we had 3 Zebras make it through to the semi-final, I think they can be very happy with the pace. And Drivers' Championship rounds still left to come in the online part of the season, Florian. They got plenty more to still work for.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, here as well, it's a story of qualifying pace once more. If it would have been a bit better, then or if it had the level of their quarterfinal races, then it could have been much better. So it's always every race, or for every round, the chances are there, and yeah. And you just have to use them and to maximize everything. But just now, let's see how the race develops. I mean, I think they are now at least at the back of this train that is still there. So it's about gaining positions. Maybe something happens in front of them. You never know here.
You never know, indeed. It goes back to what we were talking about earlier. Just keep yourself in the fight and fight all the way to the very end of these races. And there are still points up for grabs for every one of these positions. It's only the front 6, though, of course, that advance to the final, where once again we'll fight for 9 more laps. They'll qualify once more, and we are going to have one of the Zebras, Caique Oliveira, in the mix, in the thick of the action when we get to that point. It's still, though, 5 laps to go. This time by Ibraheem Khan is almost trying to urge that car to go a bit faster.
Yeah, the big red machine is struggling.
I always find it amusing when people do that in the world of sim racing, because I definitely did that as well. It's not like if you do that in cars, it's actually that important as well. It's like only like in a karting, you know, maybe when you're riding a motorcycle, those are the times when doing things like that work, which, yeah, definitely not. When you're in a cockpit of a car which has got a windshield, yeah, your ducking down isn't doing anything. There is a look, though, from Dane Warren on Christopher Dambeats. Nothing comes from a result of that, and they still stay in this one long conga line with no one willing to take a risk.
Yeah, now we have this two-way race. Yeah, there's the train at the front, and they are safe, and then there's the train at the back. And to be honest, now it's just about gaining positions. Yeah, there's a chance to do this. Quite a few laps to go, so I think this is now the goal to maximize this. And I don't know when Robbie will try to make a move by himself. I think not yet. But I would love to see a move from him, at least to try it, because, I mean, if you're running in P10 or 11, then, yeah, you have not so much to lose, and let's see what he will do.
Looking forward to seeing how these closing stages will go, just in terms of fighting on track, because in many ways, with these short races on I don't want to say new platform now, because Rennsport, of course, some of these drivers are competing on it for a good 14 plus months at this point, but they don't have as many of the race reps as they will on something like an iRacing, where, you know, so many of them are doing official races quite frequently as well. So you take every race with competitors as a learning opportunity, see where they're doing different things, try and learn from their strengths and weaknesses. And so you use these closing stages as a bit of a form guide then for going into the Esports World Cup later this year, where undoubtedly we will see the return of Monza, maybe with a slightly different balance of performance on the cars though, so maybe something to think about. Stapleford closes up into the opening corner, but backs off the pressure as they work their way down in terms of speed. Still sits in 10th position with 4 laps left to run.
Yeah, I think something's brewing up here, and again, I would love to move at some point, yeah. But as you put it, I mean, Monza will be back for Riyadh, so and quite surely it will be one of the tracks that we'll be looking forward to if the BOP, let's say, doesn't change drastically. But this, yeah, seems to be a good track for our drivers. For BMW in general, I can't say, but yeah, Redline is up there, and hard to tell because Mouse, I think Mouse is out in the semifinals, and now it's just Christopher in here. So yeah, but still, I think the BMW is doing well here. But to be honest, BOP is not that bad. You know, if you look at the Audi, then the BMW and the AMG, so I think race pace is looking absolutely okay.
Did you ever think when you started sim racing, Florian, that you were going to be talking so much about BOP?
No, well, no. When I started, yes, I cannot believe that I'm still talking about BOP 5 years later. You know, this is the thing. I think, I mean, this is a different topic for another show, but I'm totally convinced that at least at one point it needs to be tried out to have an esports build with same physics for all the cars but different looks, and this would be definitely a next step.
Very interesting. Now, you're not the first person I've heard that from. Be very curious how it works out. Now, of course, we kind of have that in the world of eNASCAR and stuff, but could you see that with sports cars? That's a question maybe for the viewers and drivers more than anything else. We're on to the 7th lap, so 3 to go. Still no movement between Bono House, Christopher Dambie, Dane Warren, and Robbie Stapleford on the back of Jeffrey Wheatfeld in 6th position. Time's running out to start making these moves.
Yeah, and I mean, then definitely the thoughts will sink in. Okay, I've got nothing to fight for, and so on. So the edginess is maybe also a bit gone. Yeah, but yeah, let's see how it will work out. Otherwise, it would have been one of the most boring races of the season.
And after, you know, Orchard Road, with that being such a difficult place to pass, it's good to have come to a track where, you know, it's not been easy to make the moves. I'm not trying to say that you just pull alongside and blast your way on forward, but you know, your moves are being made a lot easier by the nature of the track and the draft-heavy dependency that you have on the slingshot to try and make some of these moves. Stapleford and Khan still run 10th and 11th spots, 2 laps to go. This time out of the final corner, and at the front, still Yuri Toman from Kevin Siggy, with a bit of a gap back then to Johan Hart, Thibaut Casabon, and Isaac Price. Then a bit more a buffer to Jeffrey Wheatfeld, to Bono House, to Christopher Dambie, Dane Warren, Robbie Stapleford, and Ibraheem Khan. This little grouping that we've been focused on, of course, as officially now we cross the line. 2 more laps to go in semi-final 2.
Yeah, I mean, we have to take this as a learning once more and see the progress, memorize the good feelings that we had after the quarterfinals, and and then work on qualifying stability. You know, that you can do it, that you can replicate the times that you did in the quarterfinal qualies and so on. So this is step by step, but the confidence is building up. This is so important, and now these 2 guys are part of the top 24 of the series, and so it's heading into the right direction. And then we have Caique Oliveira in the final.
I wonder as well if, you know, the frustration's going to be just just a little bit there about qualifying more than anything for Robbie and for Ibra, because again, if you qualify slightly better, maybe you're a bit more well-placed to manage your way through some of the chaos and carnage on the opening lap. You're still very much in danger, but you control maybe your destiny a bit more, and we always talk about qualifying well, and I don't think they necessarily are going to be coming to us after this race saying that they nailed qualifying by any means. Remember, we've still got one lap to go after this as we head through Ascari, but with Bono House, Christopher Danbeats, Dane Warren still between Robbie and a crack at Jeffrey Rietveld in 6th position. The final driver currently slated to advance to the final. Time is winding down on chances.
Yeah, a bit disappointing, not just in terms of the result or something, but also the quality of the excitement of the race itself. I mean, I think if there's too much kerfuffle on lap 1, at the back of the field, then they all ruin their chances because the gap is there to the top 6. So yeah, but this is something that you cannot change. This will happen all the time. Everyone tries to make the moves on in the first chicane. But then you get the final outcome, which is, okay, 6 drivers make it and 6
Here we go. They're fighting. Bono House is challenging Jeffrey Rietveld. This is exactly what the final lap could present. Now, where are the opportunities? Will there be an opportunity? Robbie closes. Still has got to find a way past Dane Warren. Rietveld has held on to 6 for the time being, but look at how much they're chopping and changing, darting down through Lesmo 1. Got the Porsche just sticking there and trying to place itself. The mouths of Christopher Danbeats trying to pick his way through as well. But now with short time and short distance, a couple more corners to go, the excitement builds once more.
Yeah, at least there's some fighting now. So let's see. I think the only thing that can help us is a big crash.
That's exactly what you need right now. And out of Ascari, everyone's going to navigate through it safely. And it seems as though right now, Jeffrey Rietveld might just have done enough. But can Robbie grab some positions and some points? At least he'll try and do that into the Parabolica alongside of Dane Warren. Given a bit more draft by Christopher Danbeats, but now it's the question of who gets on power earliest and who gets to the line first. Dane Warren on the outside along the distance, Robbie Stapleford on the inside with the draft. And he's done it in front of Dane Warren.
Good stuff. So again, it's always good to fight until the last corner.
Making sure to show us that even if he doesn't make the final, he knows how to fight. And now, if you are in the UK, shut your cars up in the garage and get off the roads for the weekend because, sorry, Robbie Stapleford has joined you as a driver's license carrying member of society and semi-finalist here once again in ESL R1. We'll have a chat again with both of the drivers in a few moments' time. And then we'll get ready to go for the final. Caique Oliveira going to be unleashed in the Zebra machine. And here we go already. Ibraheem Khan has jumped in to have a chat with us. Ibra, how are you feeling? Semi-final done and dusted. Qualifying seems very, very competitive. A little bit tough from your perspective.
Yeah, Q definitely wasn't too great. The lap just didn't feel very hooked at all. Just struggled with confidence in the qualifying just to get the lap time out of it. So yeah, it was kind of expected to qualify around that region, unfortunately. But yeah, it's a bit underwhelming, but happy to have made it this far.
Team Championship now done and dusted from your perspective. You get a week off, regather your thoughts, focus back in on the 3 online rounds of the Drivers' Championship. How are you feeling now with 3 rounds in the books, 3 still left to go on the road to the Esports World Cup?
Yeah, I'm still looking forward to it. Definitely know the potential's there. Just need to keep putting in the work, and yeah, we're showing to be much stronger than we were last season, which is really nice. And I hope to be in a few more semi-finals and a final in the Drivers and eventually World Cup.
Hockenheimring, Road Atlanta, and Spa still left to come. Which one of those 3 tracks are you most looking forward to?
Yeah, definitely Spa. I'm definitely looking forward to that track. It's a track that I can always judge well if I'm doing good or bad. And yeah, I have a better record, definitely a better record than I have at Monza and Spa. And looking to get a final there finally. And yeah, we can put a good result together in Spa for sure.
Solid day, Ibra. First semi-final of the year for you. Can't wait to see how the Drivers' Championship goes. Enjoy your week off. We'll see you in 2 weeks' time.
Cheers.
And from Ibraheem Khan, we'll switch on over to Robbie Stapleford, who's joined us now. Robbie, you had a big go at the end, trying to make your way on forward, but yeah, talk us through semi-final 2.
To be honest, I got a good start and then just got caught up in everything with what happened in the second chicane, and yeah, it was just race ruined after that. Then there was definitely a potential to get through, but racing's racing at the end of the day. You can't help what other people do and what happens in the first lap. So we'll move on to Hockenheim, ready for the players, and we'll be aiming for the finals.
Yeah, Hockenheim Ring Road, Atlanta, and Spa. I just asked Ibra which of the tracks was he most looking forward to. Which one are you most looking forward to?
It'd have to be either Spa or Road Atlanta. Hockenheim, I'm not really a big fan of, but yeah.
Don't disagree with you there. And ask Ibra as well. We've had 3 rounds now of this team championship, so a bit of time to settle in. How are you feeling going into the Drivers' Championship with 3 more online rounds, of course, build up to the Esports World Cup? And of course, that's where the points are going to end up carrying over and seeding everyone when we get underway.
I'm feeling good. We know we can see the race paces there and the racecraft's definitely there. It's just we need to knuckle down on the qualifying and make sure we can do what we do in practice and in these one shots in the actual event, and I think we'll be sorted.
What's the plan now that you got your driver's license, by the way? What's the first trip that you got figured out?
Well, firstly, find a car.
Important priority. We'll see. Would you want it wrapped in the BS competition livery?
If Flo's paying, then 100%.
I don't know if I can swing it that far.
We've got a deal.
There we go. Robbie, congratulations on a great day getting to the semi-final, getting your driver's license. Enjoy the weekend. Go off and celebrate.
Cheers. Thank you.
And, Florian, if you're paying for a BS competition wrapped car as well, I'll take one too.
We did it once. You remember the Zebora?
I do. That's why I brought it up for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is still one of the craziest stories. This guy messaged us and said, it's who cares, by the way, on X, Florian. Now he's a friend of the team, and he messaged us and says, what do I have to do to get your livery on my VW Bora? And I said, nothing. You just have to give us the Bora. Yeah. So this is how it started, and then he really was on it, and we went to the Nürburgring, and then we found a sticker company who put the livery on, and then he was driving it for, I don't know, a couple of years, and we had it at Sim Expo as our show car. You know, there was a Lambo, and there was an AMG, and a BMW, and then the Zebora. Yeah, I loved it.
Oh, it was great. I mean, I'll take one. I don't know if you want to wrap a Porsche in that, but, I'll take it if we do. Final coming up, though. Caique Oliveira is going to have to qualify once again, and I think his qualifying's been consistent. That's the most important thing, right? 2:46.9s in the knockout race in the semi-final as well. And so that's going to set him up in a very good stead right now, Florian. I wonder what he's feeling like right now, right? Because he's been watching that second semi-final, still waiting to go out there for practice before qualifying starts for the final. Maybe a bit of nerves right now as he gets ready to represent the Zebras in the final.
I don't think so, to be honest. I met him outside during our last break. He was preparing, and I think it's pretty much mission accomplished just now, because he always wanted to make it into the final. And we agreed now everything's possible, because with the pace he had, if he nails qualifying and is in the mix, then he can fight for whatever positions. I mean, it all comes down to qualifying once more. If there's a mistake or something, then it will be really hard, yeah. But I'm fired up to support him. Let's see. And I really think everything's possible with Caique Oliveira today.
Caique Oliveira is going to charge. I'll ask you, Florian. Hockenheim Ring, Road Atlanta, Spa Francorchamps. Which one of those 3 tracks are you most looking forward to in the Drivers' Championship?
I must say also Spa. Yeah, I mean, Spa is a track where I've been so many times, so many good connections. Hockenheim as well, by the way, like Bruno Spengler winning against Gary Perfett in 2012 in DTM, but it never really clicked with the track itself. So I think Spa is great. Road Atlanta, I've had also great races. with BMW when I was on site, but there was also a lot of rain and floodings and all that. So Spa is a great event, and I think I had my first professional appearance as a team PR or something at Spa, and it was totally horrible because everyone else had a laptop already, but I brought my stationary PC. So I was the guy carrying a monitor into the media center in Spa. The people were clapping their hands because they thought, "You idiot, you come from another century."
I'm looking at the broadcast right now, which is showing some videos of drivers answering questions. So I think what we should do is we get ready for the final. Let's step aside, take a quick break. We'll send Florian to check in on Caique, how he's feeling, how he's getting ready to go. And we'll be back ready to go for the first final in 2024 that a Zebra is going to be charging here in ESL R1. Well, it's time to go in the final here in the third round of the ESL R1 Team Championship online phase. Welcome back to our BS Competition team stream as we get ready to cheer on Caique Oliveira in the sole remaining BS Competition car. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, joined alongside by Florian Haasper. And Florian, it's been an exciting day so far. 3 zebras into the semi-final for the very first time, and our first zebra in the final here in 2024.
Yeah, absolutely a good day so far, but you already feel once it's running so well that you want more. Yeah, then you start getting disappointed about P9 and P10 in the semi-final. But no, that's what it's all about. We always want more. Yeah, but Robbie and Ibra did really well. I think a big motivation booster to head into the Drivers' Championship. And yeah, our biggest ace up the sleeve is still out there, Caique, and now I think everything's possible. I mean, this final is jam-packed with amazing sim racing talent, maybe the who is who. Yeah, so he needs to perform at his best, nail qualifying, and then the race pace is there. So let's see. I wish him that he maximizes everything in this final round.
Qualifying going to be important. He's been consistent in the 46.9s as well so far, so if he can do that again, he'll put himself in the mix. And remember, we're not talking about top 6 anymore. It's just get to the front and be at the front and grab the victory. I'm watching the official broadcast as well on the side. Drivers getting ready to go for qualifying right now, so we're moments away from seeing them one by one go out there for the one-lap qualifying. And here they go. We catch in with the world feed. There is the Porsche Coanda Esports machine up and across the line for Joshua Rogers, who will be the first driver to set a time.
I mean, Josh has been amazing in the 2 qualifying so far today, so I don't know if he even manages to go one better, but his times were amazing. And yeah, he's a qualifying killer. This is what he's always been, and so let's see.
35.3, definitely not the first sector. We'll get the proper first sector time in a little bit of time. Caique, apparently, you can see on the left side, probably the penultimate driver to set a time. Sebastian Job to be the final driver. 3 Vitality cars, 4 Redline cars, 2 Porsche Coandas, the Sol Apex, Sol G2, and Sol BS competition machines. might be a lot about teamwork when we get underway, especially knowing the nature of the racing here around Monza. If that first sector was a 35.460, it's not bad, but I think Josh has done faster in the past. Still trending, though, for, again, probably a 46.7, a 46.8, right around where Rogers would expect to be. Where's that going to stack up the rest of the drivers, though? And in this one-shot qualifying session, I do feel as though, Florian, the calmer you can be behind the wheel, the better it always is. The less you let the mental pressure get to your mind, the more you'll deliver and get the result you really want.
Yeah, it's absolutely essential. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This lap doesn't look too crazy, I would say, from the sector times. But let's see what it will be. But yeah, staying calm. And this is this hard bit about this championship. And I mean, you have to nail this one-shot qualifying not once, but 3 times if you want to win it in the end. And well, 46.7. So it was a strong lap again.
It's a decent lap from Josh Rogers. Here comes Caique, though. Runs to the line. The face cam's turned back on, and you can see him run as wide out as possible on the run to the timing beam, just trying to build some extra speed. And now let's see how it's all going to go. Remember, we've already seen a couple of times onto the board, and quite remarkably, Luke Bennett and Josh Rogers seem to have set almost identical lap times. Luke Bennett, though, has gone to provisional pole. Kevin Siggy is also down into the 46s, and so that's what Caique's really going to have to be focused on. How quick can he go? Because Marcel Cinczyk with a 46.911 has gone to 4th.
Yeah, even a 46.9 won't be enough in this. I think there needs to be an 8 at least, but let's see. Yeah. He can do it, but now it's this crunch time, yeah, where you have to get it all together. And he told us about his optimum lap time, where there's 0.5 or whatever, but yeah, now we need it.
So 1 by 1 times are going onto the board. Apex and Johan Harth forward. Still waiting for Charlie Collins, Yuri Toman, Jeffrey Rietveld, Isaac Price, Thibaut Casabon, and Sebastian Job left to run themselves on through. Don't forget, after this, we'll get the super replay of everything that happens on the world feed once we see Caique across the line, jump back in time a little bit to the world feed, which is slightly behind. You can see him just hop, skip, and jump through Ascari. It's so calculated, so planted as well. Charlie Collins has gone to 4th. Everybody has done a 46.9, at least so far by. These are remarkably close times, remarkably quick as well. Hard to really get the reaction, the judgment on the face of Caique exactly where this is going to stack him up to be. That middle sector maybe not exactly as quick as it would have wanted to be. That first sector was very, very good. Shortcuts to the line. And unfortunately for Caique, it is a 46.9, but it's just a 46.9. It's 7th on the board for now.
Oh, yeah. It's tough. So, doing a 46.9, I think, was absolutely the minimum. He did it, and yeah, but the times of the other guys look even quicker. But what about the others?
So who else is still yet to come? So here's going to be Caique, then Yuri, then Isaac, Jeffrey Rietveld, Thibaut Casabon, Sebastian Job. So we've still got almost half the drivers left to come. Here he goes. Super replay across the line. Always feels a little bit weird when we know exactly what happened. It's reflected as a 46.000 on that screen. I think that's actually meant to be a 47.000. But let's ignore it because, or let's not ignore it. Caique's on pole technically, Florian.
Oh. Stop the count.
Stop the count right now.
Not sure if this is correct what I'm seeing. No, it can't be correct. There are 4 speed limit for Johan Harth, Charlie Collins, Isaac Price. Let's see.
So here we go. Final drivers to cross the line. That G2 Porsche has been fighting with the Zebra plenty today. Where's Price going to go? No driver has got a slowdown just yet. See if that will hold true, especially with some of the names still left to come. If Redline can get, 4 of their drivers inside, it won't be of the top 6. It would end up being of the top 7, I would say, but that would be a very, very good mark for them to control maybe the front of the field. Price, he does have a slowdown, so there you go. He's down the back, and here's the new haircut for Seb Job.
I'm a huge fan of new haircuts. Every week we need this.
Every week he needs to cut his hair shorter. It's sort of, I was thinking about that, and I was realizing that in video games you can go and get your hair magically grown longer. Can't do that in anything else. Sebastian Job to the top of the qualifying pylon, and now just 2 more left to go. Thibaut Casamon was very wide, even though that middle sector was quite quick.
Yeah, good middle sector. First sector not so good. Let's see.
Here we go. Carves his way through the parabolic. The Audi so planted on entry with its mid-engine nature. You can pick up the throttle potentially quite well as you work your way through the mid part of the corner. Let's see what the final sector ends up being. And for Thibaut Casamon, it's only a 46.903, so it's going to be 8th for him. And now Jeffrey Rietveld. Those first and second sectors do indicate it's going to be another 46.8 or 46.7. You've got 6 drivers split by 0.08 of a second right now. At the front of the field, these margins are razor tight. Here comes Rietveld to the line. What's it going to be for the 4th red line machine? Can it be all 4 in the top 6? No, unfortunately, Rietveld down the order. There's Sebastian Job. New haircuts taking him to the front of the final.
Yeah, congrats. Great performance. I mean, red line again all over the place. So they can be happy.
Here's the warm-up session that the drivers get right now as well. So quickly from qualifying into practicing for the race mode. Oliveira's going to now just lock into that race pace that's been so dialed in over the course of the day. Get a good start, navigate the opening corner safely. By no means is this done and dusted.
No, absolutely not.
So, where's the main trouble point's going to be? You wonder. Well, we navigate through the opening corner safely, and then from there we have seen it settle into a rhythm quite quickly, and drivers not really pushing it too hard. But I feel like in this race, it's the final. It's going to be fighting up front from the very get-go, Florian. And so that does mean everyone behind probably going to be kept in the hunt.
Yeah, I think the first 1 or 2 corners will be crucial. I mean, if you gain positions there, then you might have the attachment to the right train, yeah. And if not, and you are just slowed down by the fights, then it will be difficult. Yeah, but yeah, nothing to lose. I think we are a bit in a direct fight with Isaac Price in terms of team points, yeah. So if Caique finishes ahead of him, I think we should be ahead of G2 in the team standings. So we have a little competition, even if it's not at the front of the field. Yeah.
Here we go. Oliveira sits on the grid and gets ready to go. It's very, very, very tight in terms of the team championship, but all relatively meaningless. That seeding that I've been talking about doesn't really impact too much. I just wait for the engines to build. You'll see the throttle input start to increase as the lights come up and we get to work. And Caique Oliveira has got the task and the weight of the zebras resting on his shoulders. What can he do? Clutch gets primed to be dropped and launched. And for 9 laps here at the Temple of Speed, for the first time in 2024, a zebra's in the final and ready to rumble. Not a great start, but down the back, Oliveira just trying to stay out of trouble. How aggressive are the rest of the drivers going to be down into turn 1? Already a driver off into the pit entry area and blending onto the grass as we fight onto the brakes for the first time of asking. Isaac Price looks to the inside of Caique Oliveira, but no 3 wide really off the corner until you get down to 7th or so position. It's a lot more orderly at the front. Price gets in front of Oliveira and we cycle through Curva Grande for the first time of asking.
Yeah, it's not the direction that we wanted, but there will be something happening in front of them. But let's see.
Tries to get to the inside of Price, who then goes on offense, trying to pass Johan Harth, and Gonna lose out some momentum around the outside of Lesmo 1 as a brave plays to try and make it stink, and Caique realizes no need to go for the move. Discretion the better part of valor already. Sebastian Job 1 second clear up front, by the way. Let's see if he can build a margin. That might then see the chopping and changing be for second on back, and how aggressive will the drivers and competitors be? We'll find out as we cross back towards the line and see the dive down into turn 1. Isaac Price, though, on the inside of Johan Harv, not going to be able to look to try and make the move. Problem is, he's almost dragging these 3 drivers off of the back of Thibaut Casabon. Don't really want to be fighting for 10th, 11th, and 12th position. Much rather be fighting in and amongst the top 6.
Yeah, and the rule and the patterns, they repeat themselves. Yeah, I mean, if there's fighting going on, then you will be glued to your group where the fighting is happening. And I think, Isaac made the move early on, which is absolutely understandable. But then through the fighting, you lose the time and the draft to the group ahead, so you are glued to it.
Let's see what will happen. Oliveira has the chance to take it 3 wide, and Caique Oliveira is going to force the issue. Ping pongs off of Johan Harth, who's squeezed by Isaac Price as well. Switcheroo doesn't work, and he's still in 12th position for the time being, all as they've been dragged off the back of those in front onto the second lap of the 9. Still a long way to go, but at least for the time being, it's down here where the fighting will remain. Harth pulls back alongside, helter-skelter back and forth, rough and tumble action, but really not what exactly anyone wants to see. What a switchback, though. What a pass from Caique Oliveira.
I think he knew that something was brewing there, and knowing Isaac and Joanne, I think they're both, in a positive sense, missiles, yeah? And so I think he smelled it and, used his chance.
If you smell what they're cooking, you can find your way to take advantage, and it's exactly what Caique has done. Now, problem is that margin has grown up the road, like we were saying, to Thibaut Casabon. So how do they bridge 1.6 seconds? Well, some hard charging and hoping that the drivers in front start to trip over one another. Out of Ascari, just visually, you can see how large the gap is, but that's the target they're all chasing. Sebastian Job up front's got a bit more of a buffer as they come to the end of lap number 2, and so Luke Bennett second, Josh Rogers third. There is still the chance that those drivers start to fight, and Caique's sprung back into the mix because it's so easy to lose time here when you start fighting that little bit too hard.
Yeah, to be honest, and this is why I'm a mood commentator, I completely missed that. Well, is 9th position, is it correct? I think so.
Yes. What happened to Yuri Toman?
Yeah, exactly. What happened to Kevin Siggy? Yeah. So something happened, but I have not even seen them getting past or whatever.
I'll keep a look on the official broadcast for what happened potentially to them. Ooh, they had an issue through Lesmo 1. Right on cue, it's popped up on my screen. The reason why we didn't see it is they were so far off the track, Florian, that we would have needed another set of cameras to go and find them. So, 2 freebies, extra points to be handed to Caique Oliveira. Now, they have closed a little bit more as well to the back of Thibaut Casabon, so that margin now down to around 1.4 seconds in through Lesmos 1 and 2.
Yeah. So again, let's keep pushing, and hopefully they will gain some time and close the gap to Thibaut.
See, can the pair of them work together? Kevin Siggy is not too far off of the back of Isaac Price as well, who lurks menacingly behind in that G2 Porsche. The top 10 on the cards at the very least for Caique Oliveira as we come to the end of lap 3, this time by 6 laps still left to go for all drivers running around out on track here at the Temple of Speed. You can hear the car being revved out through the rev range, just taking every advantage of the turbo-powered engine. It has been the 3 and 2 wide action a little bit further in front of this little battle pack that we've been sitting in, and so that's where maybe the potential for the gap to close down exists, where the likes of Jeffrey Rietveld, Charlie Collins, Marcel Chinchik just behind Josh Rogers in third find themselves fighting in and amongst each other, and that's why Oliveira is just sitting behind and waiting, because once again they're side by side in front and now latched onto the back of their draft.
Absolutely. This is the right strategy now to try to close the gap together and not starting to fight for this position, because then it will end there for both of them. But I think they have a chance to close the gap.
I think it's a real possibility. I think the chance as well comes from, there is going to be a couple more moments like Kevin Siggy and Yuri Toman had. Could that mean that these drivers just pick up a couple more free places, suddenly find themselves very solidly in the mid part of the top 10? It's not the greatest run through Lesmo 1 for Oliveira, just backs off the corner. Is it a better run through Lesmo 2 as he tries to close back up? End of the 4th lap this time by. 5 laps to go. Still plenty of fighting left to go, albeit with Sebastian Joe. New haircut's proving to be a bit of a helping factor for him in terms of aero impact behind the wheel of the GT3 machine, as 1.5 or so seconds cleared just out of the drafting range, and increasingly Josh Rogers putting the pressure on to Luke Bennett. And again, that could be another thing that just starts to back up the rest of the drivers through the field. Johan Haas is doing a decent job right now of continuing to pick up the pace and close in on the drivers continuing to squabble just in front.
Yeah, and I just saw Jeffrey Riedfeld got a 1 second time penalty for track limits, so I don't know where he is. But yeah, this could also influence the top positions at least.
So he's in 5th position or so right now, fighting with Thibaut Casamont, just in front of Charlie Collins. So that's a potential. If Jeffrey Riedfeld drops behind a couple of cars, that could be a time penalty that cycles him behind Caique, but by no means is that certain. Oliveira might also have to find his way on forward to take advantage of that, but I think race control hasn't had to do too much today, all things considered, Florian. When you come to Monza, you sometimes expect a little bit more thrills and spills.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't see any big pileups or major drama involving too many cars, so this is a positive. Yeah?
It's exactly what we wanted to see. Out through Lesmo 1 once again. Laps ticking away in this final. Caique Oliveira at the BS Competition Sim Racing Center slides his way through almost onto the gravel, but he's continuing to charge his way on forward. Josh Rogers locked in pursuit, by the way, of Luke Bennett, so still holding steady 2nd and 3rd. And that was a big checkup of momentum momentarily as Johan Haas just under the bridge. Not sure quite what happened, but suddenly the margin restored back to Charlie Collins. It's 1.5 seconds between 7th and 8th spot.
Yeah, also looks like Johan has lost the momentum now. The other guys stopped fighting and found their pace again. So yeah, it will be hard to gain more positions now.
I think it might be down to just this fight now as we have a handful more laps to go. I think at some point the trigger gets pulled. Isaac Price and Kevin Siggy still directly behind these drivers, a bit further back to find Yuri Toman as it runs right now. And just confirmation, by the way, of that 1 second penalty for Jeffrey Riedfeld. This, I think, though, the impetus for Oliveira. Caique is forward. Can he slow it down in time? Yes, he can. Now, not the best run off of turn 1. Rear end stepped out a bit.
Yeah, but still he made it stick. P8. But quite surely Johan will give it a go.
Maybe Isaac Price could be Caique's best friend. Remember, it's very much a bit of a battle between the two of them when it comes to team championship standings, and BS versus G2 for 8th and 9th in the opening 3 rounds. Not really going to mean too much, but a bit of just something to take forward from today's event into the Drivers' Championship and into the Esports World Cup later this year. You can see, though, margin up front. That draft is well and truly just about gone. It's now down to who can defend the fiercest, who's going to be able to be the boldest in terms of passes. We saw Robbie Stapleford be brave on the final lap of his knockout race. And Caique Oliveira summon the spirit of a lion and do something similar and hold on to this 8th position in his first final in 2024.
Yeah, and I think the move that he made at the start or at the opening stages, I think this was really spectacular, you know, like really doing the guessing game and getting it right. So we will definitely clip this and put it in the archives, Zebra archives.
And I guess for these drivers, they've done 3 races now. They'll take the week off, and for them, it's time to start focusing on Drivers' Championship a little bit more. Not being selfish by any means, they're still going to have to work together as a crew, but how do they focus on their chances a little bit more? There's Johan Hart up the inside, makes the move on Caique Oliveira. Isaac Price tries to follow, unable to slip his way on forward in the G2 Porsche. Kevin Siggy's BMW for Redline is there as well. It's now 4 cars fighting for 8th position in towards the second chicane. Johan Hart covers the inside, covers the middle of the track if anything, doesn't really leave space either side for a move to be made. It gives him the spot for the time being, but with 2.5 laps still left to go, I don't know if you'd want to be leading this grouping coming to see the final lap and the white flag.
Yeah, we've seen it before, the final moves are obviously made closer to the end, so I still have the hope that Caique can make it stick, but I mean, you've got 2 missiles in the back with Isaac and Kevin here, so let's see what happens. Could be a big mess, could be a clean overtake. Nobody's not doing it.
Not yet. Not yet indeed. Maybe down into turn 1 on the final lap, maybe. Wait until that final opportunity to try and make something happen into that heavy braking zone. Sebastian Job clear up front. Rogers and Bennett swapped around for 2nd and 3rd, and haven't allowed Chinchik, Kazamon and Collins along with Rietveld to close. As it sits right now, that 1 second penalty for Jeffrey Rietveld's not going to see him drop behind too many other cars. He would still end up classified, in fact, in front of Charlie Collins. You can see just how fine the margins are through the field. Here comes the speed, the draft as well. Pulls to the inside, and Caique is going to give it a go. 2 laps left to run, and into turn 1. Can he make the move stick? He bleeds back onto the left side of the track.
Do not hit him. Do not
Gotta
hit
be
him.
careful.
Why is he hitting him? Huh?
Isaac Price there as well, but Caique holds on.
Good stuff. And Mr. Collins got a 5-second penalty.
Ooh, well, that will definitely drop him behind this grouping no matter what happens, unless we fight that much that we lose another 2.5, 3 seconds or so, and that means it could be up to 7th for this grouping of cars. Whoever leads it across the line, they get super close through the second chicane. Johan Hart and then Kevin Siggy before Isaac Price drop down to 11th spot.
Yeah, and I mean, even if you're having a not so good race, and this is a final of ESL R1, yeah? So get me right. P7 is in reach, and this is a stunning result, so let's fight for it.
Yeah, the top 12 of the 48 that entered the respective knockout races, so you're fighting at the very top level and echelon of sim racing. So to get to this point good enough to get to 8th, maybe 7th, very, very decent finish and some decent points to be added to the mix as well, all things considered. Again, we'll cross the line. There will be 1 more lap to go. Which way do you block? Which way do you try and defend? We'll find out. You can see behind Isaac Price, Kevin Siggy lurking menacingly as well. But 1 final blast down into turn 1. The final lap of the race about to get underway here in ESL R1's online portion of the Team Championship. What can Oliveira do for BS competition? He'll cover the outside, lets Johan Hart go to the inside. Maybe saw how deep the Frenchman went onto the brakes. Didn't maybe think Kevin Siggy would take it 3 wide. Backed out of it in the red line car. Johan Hart tries to pinch. Oliveira returns the favor, and as much as Siggy tried to get the up and under, won't get the drag race. 1 out of turn 1 and 2. Through Curva Grande, outside for Oliveira. Contact being made. Very, very risky position, and Kevin Siggy going to try and follow Hart through.
Yeah, now it's a 3-way fight. This is not the best position to be in.
Ooh, Isaac Price has to get off the throttle. Kevin Siggy and Oliveira slide their way off momentum and back into queue. But that sees Oliveira go from 8th to 10th in the briefest of moments. The other problem is here. I'm not sure if you'll get advantage with Charlie Collins and the 5-second penalty.
Yep. So this is not the outcome that we wanted. But yeah, this is what happens if you've got such a group of fighting guys, and then you can easily lose the positions here.
This is the level of ESL R1. And every time you go racing, you make decisions that sometimes you may regret. Not sure if Caique's got too many regrets, all things considered. Sebastian Job's going to win this third round of the Team Championship with Team Redline in tow. Josh Rogers, Luke Bennett, round out your podium spots. And as much as Caique Oliveira had a look to the inside through the final corner, going to come up just short in the battle here with Isaac Price, Kevin Siggy, and Johan Harth. But it's a very, very valiant 11th place finish for Caique Oliveira. I don't think, again, he's going to take advantage of the 5-second penalty from Charlie Collins to cycle up an extra position. But at the end of the day, 3 zebras to the semi-final, a zebra in the final, plenty to be happy about. And now 2 weeks from today, these drivers will go once again in the online portion of the Drivers' Championship.
Yeah, we have to be happy. I think, yeah. Even with the qualifying, which was maybe not up with the guys at the very front, you know, P7 would have been possible. So yeah, just amazing. Just amazing. Congrats, Caique. I understand you are disappointed a bit, but still, what a job today.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think it was a little bit out of my control, really. Like what I had in my control was really nailing more decent qualifying, and the car I just didn't sink in with the turning. The car understeered the whole lap. It still was a 46, but like in the final doesn't cut it a high 46, so almost a 47 to be honest. So yeah, during the race, a decent jump, not too bad but not too good, but like staying at the back, you just pray for any crazy crashes, and nothing like that happened, which is crazy, right? From the final you expected the more carnage, even though we had like a Siggy and Tolman, and they actually got back and stuff like that, but at the same time, like, it is what it is. That's racing, right? That's part of it. It could happen in the quarterfinals, and at the same way, I'm glad that this happened in the final. So, still happy to be P12. So,
it was a fierce race as well, right? Coming as well after Orchard Road, where passing was difficult. You come to Monza, you knew passing was going to be a little bit easier. Now off to the Drivers' Championship. What are you going to do in the 2 weeks between now and Hockenheim to get ready to go once again? I think one thing is get some rest, not be in the simulator for a little bit. But when you're back in the sim, what are some of the things you're going to be focused on?
I mean, of course, just look into what I need to improve, what I did good. I think we should regroup, make a debrief later and check how we can bounce back even better as a group, because I know the guys were a little bit unlucky on the second semi-final, and I think it's a constant crescent from round 1, right, to this one. And I think for the drivers, I think the approach shouldn't change, at least from the way that I prepare, the way that I look into things. It's just really keep working what we are doing already, and look around what we can do better as a team. Even though it's a Drivers' Championship, we are together as a team, right? So we will work together all the time. So yeah, that's basically it.
That's exactly what I said. Caique, it's been a long day. Congratulations on making it through to the final, and can't wait to see you in 2 weeks' time for the first round of the Drivers' Championship.
Let's go. Thank you. Ciao, ciao.
Let's go indeed. And well, we'll say goodbye to Caique and Florian. It's been a long day for us as well here, so I guess it's time for us to wrap things up. 5 hours or so after we started this third round of ESL R1 and this Team Championship. The road to Riyadh is winding its way around. Team Championship perspective now locked and loaded, and now the Drivers' Championship awaits. It's been a successful day for the Zebras. How are you feeling?
Absolutely. I mean, 3 in the semifinal is awesome. It's just a proof that we are on the right way. And as Caique put it, we will continue doing this, preparing well for the drivers' championship races, and then we are getting closer to Riyadh, and this is where it counts ultimately, to be honest. But I see us in a position where we can challenge for good results, and this is such a good feeling, and this is where we want to be, and I think it will only get better.
Well, I guess it's time for us to say goodbye for everyone behind the scenes at BS Competition and at RaceSpot TV. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Florian Haasper, with Hugo Luis controlling all of the action behind the scenes, signing off for the Team Championship. We'll see you in 2 weeks' time to kick off the Drivers' Championship in ESL R1 here on our BS Competition team stream.